In a world where power is measured, in cultivation realms and entire sects collapse under demonic arts. The most dangerous man in the murim has absolutely no key whatsoever. Dong Bongzu was not a cultivator. He was not a hero. He was a hunter of predators who died wishing for a world full of beasts and got exactly what he asked for. Now reborn in the weakest body in murim, a beaten stable boy with no key, no allies, no cultivation. Watch him treat 5,000 years of martial tradition like a speed run that started from absolute zero. The Dunri clan thought they took in an orphan. They took in a hunter whose body count was already climbing before he learned his first technique. This is murim-psychopath.
Lightning doesn't ask permission before it strikes, and neither does this opening sequence. Some poor soul's face is doing the full, "I did not sign up for this shift" grimace, and, honestly, valid. The mob charging behind him has no Hours Department's energy written all over it. Our mystery swordsman grips his blade like he's about to file a very aggressive complaint with the management. The panel says, "Oak," which is the most understated war cry in Manhwa history. Then the entire battlefield becomes a tax write-off. The cloaked figure lunges through what I can only describe as aggressive milliseconds, paint energy, and suddenly we're face to face with someone whose expression says, "This is my first day, and I already want to speak to the Reaper's manager." Blood splashes like the artist discovered the spray. Tool. 1 versus many is a classic ratio, but 1 versus the entire population of a small village armed with sharp objects is just spiteful. The cloaked figure stands there like he's calculating whether this counts as overtime. Spoiler, the red energy explosion suggests he's not getting paid enough for this. Someone's screaming so hard their face is redefining the polygon budget. Then a metallic figure descends from above like the worst kind of Uber Eats delivery, and our cloaked protagonist gets bathed in blue light that definitely reads, "You are not the main character of this encounter." The energy explosion looks like someone fed a supernova into a Vitamix. There's a creature having the worst acupuncture session imaginable, and then a severed hand reaching for a sword in the rain. This is what we in the industry call emotional damage with production value. The lone figure surveys his work like a gardener who just finished pruning with a flamethrower. He sits among the ruins, snake emblem on his back practically glowing with, "I have lore, and I'm not afraid to use it." An elder kneels nearby, serene as a meditation app, which, in this context, is deeply unsettling. The cloaked swordsman approaches someone who's clearly having the worst day of their reincarnation. Yellow eyes glint with what I can only describe as customer service final boss energy. "The nameless hero?" the text asks, and our guy hits back with not, "A hero?" like he's disputing a Yelp review. Final round, and the swordsman commits to the bit with a lunge that says, "I have no insurance and no fear." Kang Hai reveals the snake tattoo, finally a distinguishing cue that earns his name, and then the water explodes like someone dropped a tactical nuke in the community pool. One glowing red eye later, and we're left wondering if this is a power-up, or just rage-induced contact lens malfunction. The battlefield's still warm when our guy surveys the carnage like he's checking inventory after a Black Friday sale. That blood-splattered robe with the red flower emblem? That's not a fashion choice, that's a brand. The Plum Blossom Swordmaster tag is about to become the most feared username in this server. The surviving elders are doing that thing where they shout, "Block him," like it's a raid mechanic they haven't practiced. Buddy, if you need a call-out for one person, your party's already wiped. The red energy blast that follows isn't even his ultimate, it's just his Tuesday. The reinforcements charge in like they didn't just watch their entire frontline get deleted. Our guy's just standing there with that "you've summoned the wrong one's" energy. When he asks, "Who the hell are you?" it's not a threat, it's genuine curiosity about what level of delusion we're working with today. He holds up a severed head like it's a participation trophy and says, "Rumors can't be trusted." The understatement of the millennium. This man just soloed what the Murim considered an unkillable coalition, and he's got the wide-eyed stare of someone who forgot to turn off his oven at home. The demonic transformation hits different when it's framed as a loading screen glitch. Glowing white eyes, gaping maw, the whole final boss aesthetic package, and then he gets swarmed by 12 different sects at once. Even the tutorial boss gets a cutscene before the gang up. Respect the mechanics, people. The grin that follows isn't madness, it's recognition. He's been grinding this build for who knows how long, and finally, someone brought enough bodies to make it interesting. The facepull reveal with the glowing red eyes is giving major thanks for the free experience points energy. Hard cut to some guy on a couch playing a handheld console, and the tonal whiplash is intentional. "No game quite like this," he says, while the TV behind him blares breaking news about a missing CO. The Manhwa is doing that thing where it whispers, "This is connected," and then vanishes into the fog. The contemplation of assassination as a side quest really sets the tone for our protagonist's dating profile. Likes, long walks, handheld gaming, making people disappear. The guy he's stalking? Already bruised, already crying, already knows the ending. The hunter doesn't even need to sprint. His prey does the emotional damage to himself. The screaming, the photographs on the wall, the whole serial killer trophy room aesthetic, our guy doesn't flinch. He processes this like he's reading a restaurant menu. 6 women, the victim gasps, and the hunter's response is basically, "Yeah, I'm aware, I read the patch notes." The emotional detachment is the entire character. The hammer comes down and suddenly, we're in horror movie territory. The grin that follows isn't on the attacker's face, it's on our guy's. He's enjoying this. The red eyes, the lunging shadow, the "I'll kill you," that gets cut off mid-swing because the hunter became the hunted so fast the panel can't keep up. The "you're dead meat" line lands with the confidence of someone who hasn't checked the enemy's level. Our protagonist's response is a fist to the throat at approximately the speed of your funeral. The combat choreography here is doing that thing where every strike feels like a patch note. Bug fix. Attacker no longer has functioning lungs. The screaming agony panel is almost overdone, but then you remember, this man killed 6 women. The empathy budget is empty. The dark energy engulfing him isn't even our guy's technique, it's just the visual representation of you picked the wrong save file to load. The white-eyed final form is what happens when the system detects a predator and auto-deploys the boss music. The police arrive with that energy of, "We've got this under control," while standing in a room where absolutely nothing is under control. 2 guys pinned to the wall, blood everywhere, and our protagonist looking like he just finished a workout. The "don't move" call out is almost sweet. He wasn't planning to. He was planning to explain. The stay away from the victim hits different when you realize he's talking to the cops, not the killer. Our guy's already inside his head, rent-free, permanent residency. The police formation, the badges, the whole procedural apparatus, and he's just standing there with the "I have lore and I'm not afraid to use it" aura practically radiating off him. They call him by name, Dongbong Su, and the way he reacts is not surprise, it's inconvenience, like being interrupted mid-quest. The gun comes out, the live rounds warning gets deployed, and our protagonist's response is to peer through the wall with glowing red eyes like the concept of ballistic trauma is a suggestion. The mummified bodies in the background are just set dressing at this point. The "I said don't move" gets the same energy as a pop-up ad he already clicked through. The red eyes in the close-up aren't anger, they're focus. Pure, unfiltered, "I am calculating 17 ways to make you regret this" focus. The sunset silhouette with the situation text is doing so much heavy lifting, it needs workers' comp. The parallel structure is screaming at us, battlefield then, police standoff now, and the "is quite similar" lands like a genre thesis statement. The wide grin isn't madness breaking through, it's the mask slipping to reveal there was never anything underneath. Just the hunter, just the code, just the next target on the list. The glowing red eye close-up is giving main character privileges revoked to everyone else. I'm just the hunter who catches those beasts. The self-identification is so clean, so clinical, you could perform surgery with it. The victim's terror isn't at death, it's at understanding. At finally seeing the mirror he was always standing in front of. The cigarette light, the gun to the mouth, the to my eyes, all I see is a psychopathic killer. The irony is so thick you could spread it on toast. The cop thinks he's the moral authority here. Our guy thinks the cop is a side quest with delusions of main story relevance. The forced kneeling, the sword preparation. This is all just animation frames before the cutscene skip. The explosion of blue energy and blood is the transition we deserved. The grimace of pain isn't his, it's the world's reacting to his exit. And then, yeah, a place like the Murim, the dying wish, the reincarnation trigger, the whole isekai pipeline activating because this man looked at mortality and said, "Nah, wrong server, let me re-roll somewhere with better PvP." Submerged, gasping, reborn into rain and mud and some older man's condescension. "I thought for sure you were dead. The welcome wagon in this world needs work." Our guy's first expression isn't gratitude, it's assessment. New body, new rules, same hunter. The system didn't give him a tutorial, it gave him a corpse and said speedrun. The blood-red eye in close-up is doing that tutorial boss just realized the player brought endgame gear's energy. The older man's rage is almost impressive. He's threatening someone who died once already and treated it like a minor inconvenience. The monstrous shadow looming over our battered protagonist isn't a threat. It's a preview of what he's about to become. The tears, the see you tomorrow, the walking away into moonlight, this is the moment the genre flips. Not a hero's journey, not a redemption arc. A psychopath's playthrough, and he just finished the prologue. The purple lightning, the crackling energy, this world doesn't know what logged in, but it's about to find out. The first thing our guy registers is a horse snorting steam in his face, like a very large, very judgmental vape cloud. He's in a stable. There's a scythe-like tool being dragged somewhere nearby, which is already more ominous than any respawn screen has a right to be. A silhouetted figure walks through a doorway into harsh light, and someone nearby is stuttering about Lord Michiels. Like, that's a name you want to hear in a dark room. Our protagonist's new body comes with glasses, curly hair, and the general aesthetic of person who gets bullied in period dramas. An older man covers his mouth in disgust, offers a job that absolutely does not sound optional, and complains about the smell of horse manure. The stuttering response suggests our guy's predecessor was not exactly commanding respect. Someone's about to learn that the new tenant has different negotiation tactics. The Danry clan, it turns out, lets orphans eat and sleep here, which apparently grants unlimited throat-grabbing privileges to middle management. The condescension is thick enough to farm experience points from. Our guy is taking notes on who exactly considers themselves his superior. Memory fragments bleed through. A masked figure with glowing white eyes, someone hunched in shadow, a swordsman behind a counter who asks, Like that's a complete thought. Someone named Dong-O gets questioned about Michiel's whereabouts. The previous owner's life was basically a subscription to other people's problems, auto-renewing daily. Dong-O, it seems, was supposed to help carry weapons, but decided having a drinks was the better career move. An elderly man stares with weary eyes at walls of mounted blades, probably calculating how many more orphans he'll outlast. The whole operation screams clan that peaked 3 generations ago and is now running on spite. Then it hits. The energy blast. The Korean character screaming across the panel like the system itself is having a stroke. Someone on the ground asks what Brother So-Sam is doing, which is funny because Brother So-Sam is currently being replaced by a psychopath from another dimension. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes shouts about moving weapons, and our guy's internal response is probably, add to queue, kill this person later. The flashback continues. Someone remembers an appointment at the Bonyang Inn, which is code for, I'm abandoning you to extra labor, good luck. The sardonic delivery, the defeated figure on the ground, the elderly man's fear sweat as he realizes what's happening. This was So-Sam's life, exploited, abandoned, and finally worked to death while everyone else made better plans. And then the death. A heavily burdened figure, impaled by swords, stumbles against red. The onomatopoeia and puncture the silence like the weapons themselves. A samurai surrounded by flying steel unleashes crimson aura. The fallen warrior writes in blood on the background, which is either a name or the world's most metal final tweet. Another figure attacks the already dead body, because this world believes in overkill as a core mechanic. The sky burns red above traditional rooftops. An elderly man offers rest to someone who clearly needs it, but the shadowy figure with wild hair turns away, surrounded by ominous aura and pink smoke. I'm fine, the lie that killed him. He stands with his back to the village, two figures looming in darkness beside him, and one single pink eye staring from the black like a warning label that nobody read. Then, the transfer. A gaunt man with hollow eyes stares into despair, and something explodes in red and white energy. A martial artist in black kicks an opponent in red, sending them flying. Another shadow with glowing red eyes lunges with a punch, while a figure braces for impact. The violence is not new to our protagonist, it's the language he speaks fluently. He's just been dropped into a server where everyone else is still learning the controls. The new face, glowing red eyes, cuts and bruises, the cosmetic damage of a body that was already broken. He kneels toward a horse, sees monstrous reflections in water, reaches out with dirt-stained fingers. A young man looks up with fearful eyes from behind bars, and our guy recognizes the expression because he's seen it on Prey before. He's just never been the one wearing it. The bandaged figure stares with one determined eye, and our protagonist catalogs his assets: malnourished, abused, zero cultivation, maximum disadvantage. The average isekai protagonist gets a cheat skill and a harem prospect. Our guy gets a corpse with good hearing and the emotional range of a spreadsheet. He's not complaining. A spreadsheet doesn't hesitate. A man with a top knot walks down stone steps past a pagoda, and our guy's first conscious observation is about labor conditions. Am I the only one in this massive Danry clan who can clean up horse manure? The middle-aged man with the goatee glares with the specific anger of someone whose authority comes from having nowhere else to be. The distorted scream of, "I should just," hangs in the air, interrupted by a shadow with intense narrowed eyes. Our protagonist has already filed this encounter under future problem, current observation. Someone leaps into frame. A bull flies. A man falls backward with the of impact. Our guy's face shows injury and exhaustion, but he's crouching, staring blankly at food, chest exposed and grim. He observes soldiers advancing with drawn swords from behind a doorway, and the calculation is instant. Threat assessment, escape vectors, who dies first if this goes loud. He's running survival algorithms on hardware that can barely stand. Then the revelation hits like a title track drop. Techniques that only existed in movies and novels, people flying through misty mountains, a masked swordsman moving faster than eye tracking can follow. The ha of triumph, the lone warrior before a phalanx, the close-up of wild hair and glowing red eyes streaked with blood. This is the murim. This is what he wished for. The psychopath who hunted predators in parking garages and basement freezers has been delivered to a world where the predators wear their monstrosity openly, where the violence is not hidden behind respectability but celebrated as craft. The system announces itself second, this status window and system. To be precise, and the blue screen glows with question marks where stats should be. Our guy stares at strength. He's been given the interface of a game he never agreed to play, running on a body that fails minimum specifications. The tutorial, as always, is missing. A stern face looks down with determination. Then a monstrous grin with sharp teeth lunges against red sky and birds. Warriors clash swords under blue, and a bandaged man stares at his digital reflection. Masked figures around a table, one going "oh-hoos," another peeking slyly around a doorframe. The world is layered. The martial arts fantasy, the system overlay, the hidden observers, the predators watching predators. Our protagonist understands this architecture because he built his life on similar foundations, the surface of normalcy, the machinery of violence beneath. And here he comes, Mashiel, the overseer, the man who made Sosam's existence measurable in bruises. Kept you waiting, didn't I, you little wretch? The smug wrinkles, the cruel grin, the bowl of food and rocks being held up as if it's generosity. The older man's grimace at sunset, the of impact, the look at this guy's energy radiating from every panel. Our protagonist looks at this man and sees not a threat, but a schedule, item 1 on today's hunting list. "I'm really gonna kill," Michelle starts, and two figures with glowing red eyes loom over something dark. The hand grips broken wood, red energy erupts, and then green light blasts from our guy's palm. The extreme close-up of glowing red eyes and grimace of rage, the gurgle of blood from a neck, the second gurgle, the scream of agony with blood across teeth. This is not self-defense. This is not justice. This is a predator recognizing another predator and deciding, with clinical precision, that the food chain has been updated. The gurgling continues because our protagonist believes in thoroughness. The blood-splattered face, the wide, terrified eyes, the sweat dripping down a brow that knows exactly what fear is because it used to cause it. Machil is learning, in his final moments, what So-Sam felt, the absolute certainty that the person standing over you has no category for mercy. The system doesn't pop up with an achievement for this. It doesn't need to. The experience points is in the doing. The aftermath is not quiet. The of reaction, the scream of rage and pain, the red sound effects dominating panels like the Korean edition hired a noise metal band for scoring. The monstrous figure with glowing red eyes lunges through blood splatters, the stylized symbols and filling white space with violence made audible. Our protagonist is not breathing hard. He is not shaking. He is cataloging body position, blood spatter pattern, time until discovery, next target. The Psychopath's Murim playthrough has officially begun, and the tutorial boss didn't even drop loot worth mentioning. And then the declaration, blood splattered and intense, this place is, without a doubt, reality. Silhouetted warriors clash in inferno, bodies pile on bloody battlefield, a single eye shows swirling red pupil against cracked sclera. A wolf snarls with orange eyes, a colossal blue spirit beast roars, and a wolf howls at a spectral dragon above ancient courtyard. The blood-splattered man with glowing red eyes grins menacingly, arms covered in gore, and the Korean hangs in the air. He is not afraid, he is not confused, he is home. The Murim asked for a monster, and the Afterlife's Hours department, in its infinite clerical error, delivered the most efficient one in the un-111th dimension. The predators here think they're the top of the chain. They haven't met the man who made hunting them his dying wish. The swirling vortex spits out another soul like a vending machine dispensing the wrong snack, and our boy's consciousness slams into a body that's already been tenderized by the universe. Some poor bastard is screaming about how this worked in the game, which is the most relatable gamer moment in Manhwa history, right before a hand covers his face and the screen fills with blood splatter that the Korean edition definitely did not hold back on. Cut to an eye glowing red with what I can only describe as, I did not read the terms of service energy, and our protagonist touching his own face like he's checking if the warranty expired. Some masked goon with a wooden pole gets the drop on our guy, which is already a skill issue on the attacker's part. And then we get the first real combat panel where fists meet faces with Korean sound effects that translate roughly to your dental plan is about to lapse. The older man watching this unfold has the exact expression of someone who just realized the tutorial, non-player character learned to parry, and then we're right into a collar grab with onomatopoeia that sounds like someone choking on their own surprise. Someone's complaining about a kid who can't speak right anymore, which hits different when you remember our protagonist is currently wearing a body that got its language settings corrupted during the transfer. And the rage on this goon's face says he's about to learn what unmutes means the hard way. Our boy's walking through the marketplace with a horse like he's any other background non-player character, except the horse has better survival instincts than half the named characters. And the bustling crowd has no idea they're sharing screen space with a serial killer doing his daily side quest routine. The eyes go dark and intense because some kids decided to throw rocks at the wrong stable boy. And the panel composition here is doing something genuinely unsettling, where the protagonist's shadow looms larger than the architecture. Which is classic. The camera knows something the characters don't. Horror grammar. The local bullies are doing the stuttering So-Sam song and dance like they invented ableism. And our protagonist just takes it with the patience of someone who has already calculated the exact angle for the counterattack, while the horse stands there wondering if it should invest in a new stable. Someone's laughing with the kind of purple-haired manic energy that screams, I have 3 episodes left to live. And then we're cutting to our boy walking through dust like he's already in the post-credits scene. While some bearded guy complains about cleaning weapons and mentions guak dong, O hasn't shown his face in days, which is the kind of casual foreshadowing that pays off like a slot machine. The gaunt figure peeks around a doorframe with ribs visible like he's cosplaying a medical textbook, and the extreme close-up on the wide eye is doing that thing where the pupil shrinks to nothing because someone just realized the mute stable boy has been cataloging every weapon in the room. And the guy who discovers this has the exact tone of a middle manager whose intern just automated his entire job. The goatee guy grips his wooden pole with the desperation of someone who just checked his retirement account. And then the grinning maniac leans forward with foam at the mouth like he mainlined an energy drink from a demon's vending machine, while the terrified eyes in close-up tell us exactly who the real monster is in this transaction. The pouch of coins gets examined like it's evidence at a crime scene. And the sweat beating on the temple is the universal Manhwa language for "I just committed tax fraud" in my head, followed by two men sharing the kind of maniacal grin that usually precedes a merger or a murder. And then the mentor figure drops. That's my boys with the pride of someone who thinks he's training a successor instead of a predator. The bandaged arm sits slumped while the broom walks away, which is the most poetic visual metaphor for exploitation I've seen in a murim series. And then, the red-eyed stare with scars mapping his face like a constellation of previous lives lands with the weight of someone who's seen the back of the universe and wasn't impressed. The monstrous maw opens with rows of teeth that would make a shark file for disability benefits. And then, we cut to the establishing shot of the building against a sunset that looks like someone set the sky on fire for dramatic effect, which is the kind of tonal whiplash that tells us the peaceful intermission is officially over. Lord Mitchell arrives to the kind of fawning welcome that would embarrass a K-pop idol at a fan meet. And the portly man's grin says he's running a business where the customer service is enthusiastic, but the product quality is definitely not regulated. While the silhouette against the red sky orders someone named Chosun, brought out like he's selecting from a menu he can't afford. The old man bows in despair because he knows exactly what kind of transaction is happening here. And the foam-mouthed grinning man confirms it with cash in hand, and the confidence of someone who thinks his wallet makes him the main character, while the masked figure in shadow watches with hollow eyes that have already seen this scene play out 100 times in worse lighting. A woman in pink stands with arms crossed like she's negotiating severance from a job she never wanted. And the bearded man looks up at her with the exact expression of someone who's about to discover that the Chosuns he ordered is not the product he remembered. Because in this establishment, the specials change based on who's doing the cooking. The Bongyang Inn stands there with its red lanterns glowing like warning signs, and our boy in purple robes is already walking through those doors like he owns the place, which is hilarious because he absolutely does not. An old man with a face like crumpled parchment looks down at something with the kind of grimace that says he's seen this transaction before. And then we get the money shot. Literally. Golden coins in a fleshy sack that the manhwa artist definitely enjoyed drawing too much. Plus the English text. But hey, money is money, which is the most honest localization note I've ever seen in a panel. A silhouetted figure with sword strapped to his back casts this long shadow into the room like he's auditioning for the role of ominous background extra. And then we get the sunset silhouette that every murim manhwa is legally required to have at least once per chapter. Some scar-faced thug looks down and asks, "Hey, mute, do you even know where you are?" Which is just the most aggressively ableist greeting imaginable, and then two figures stand against that dramatic sunset sky, like they're about to drop the most emotionally devastating K-pop ballad of 2024. This man, with the crazed eyes and the bulging sack of loot, has an exclamation mark floating above his head like he's a non-player character who just got his quest marker. And then we cut to some disheveled kid groaning on the ground in pain, which is apparently just Tuesday at the Bongyang Inn. Tupal Du grins with that thick mustache and goatee combo that screams, "I die" in the second act, clutching his little pouch of money like it's his emotional support object. And then we get this extreme close-up of an eye with radiating power lines that would make a Sharingan user nod in respect. This guy, with the unsettling grin and bulging cheeks, looks like he mainlines caffeine and bad decisions. Then we get the red robe hand offering something palm up in that classic take the MacGuffin pose. A red lantern hanging in front of drawn curtains like the world's most ominous room service. And finally, someone standing before double doors that are basically screaming, "Final boss arena this way." The man in red clutches two sacks of loot with the smuggest grin in Anhui province, while another figure walks upstairs in the background, and then we get this heavily bandaged hand with cloth trailing from it, which is either a fashion statement or a cry for help, probably both in this economy. Michelle flexes his bicep with, "Ha!" Dismichil still got it, which is the most self-owned compliment I've ever seen, sweating like he just finished a twice choreo practice. And then we get the glistening torso close-up that makes me wonder if the artist has a sweat brush they use exclusively for this character. This sweaty, middle-aged man leans back with his eyes closed in weary satisfaction, like he just finished a very specific type of workout. Torso bound in rough cloth with sweat dripping down. And then we get stylized sound effects on black that translate to something terrible is about to happen, but we're being artistic about it. A man with wide, panicked eyes gets caught in this whirlwind of dark energy. And then we get the extreme close-up of the grotesque elderly man with bloodshot eyes and contorted face screaming in terror, which is just the most normal reaction to realizing you're in a manhwa with psychopath in the title. Some bound and gagged man struggles to speak with ack, which is honestly the most articulate thing anyone says in this chapter. Then we get the close-up of terrified eyes clutching cloth to neck, like he's trying to hold his sanity in place. And someone reacting with what, son of a demon, is, which is the exact moment you realize the horror tag wasn't decorative. A man with wide, terrified eyes gets choked by another man whose face is pure shadow. Because apparently unreliable narrators now applies to lighting too. Then someone gets thrown backward with blood splattering in that signature Manhwa way where the fluid dynamics are more dramatic than realistic. And finally we get the contorted, enraged face screaming with teeth bared like he's trying to bite the concept of mortality itself. Weapon swing blur in dim light. Then those impact sound effects with silhouettes against bright radiating background that every action manhwa uses as visual shorthand for someone just got deleted, followed by a figure thrown through the air with motion blur against dark red. And the extreme close-up of the glowing red eye that says, "We are not in tutorial mode anymore. We are in permanent death mode." A man lies on the floor clutching his throat with that sound effect that I will not attempt to pronounce because the TS would commit crimes. Then the extreme close-up of the eye, with red and black hues dominating like someone turned the saturation slider to trauma. And finally, the bound man screaming as another fist drives into his face with the kind of kinetic energy that makes you flinch through the screen. That dark textured background fading from deep red to white with just a hint of clothing at the top, which is the manhwa equivalent of a scene transition that says, "We're not showing you what happened next because even we have standards." And then we get the crazed man with red eyes grinning maniacally while holding another man by the throat, who is also screaming in terror, in what I can only describe as a very one-sided couple's pose. Bloodshot bulging eye in extreme close-up that would make an ophthalmologist weep, then glowing red eyes from pure shadow, which is just cheating at atmosphere. A fist slamming into surface with radiating impact lines. And finally, the silhouette of spiky hair against wooden wall that says someone's about to have a very bad hair day and also die. The gaunt, wild-eyed man grins maniacally, holding the head of a pale, lifeless man, which is one way to confirm your kill, I suppose. Then someone lies on wooden floor with arm outstretched in that classic, "I am definitely not getting up for the sequel" pose. And finally, Michiel, with bloodied face and glowing red eyes staring upward in terror. Which is the exact expression you make when you realize the stable boy you bullied has been taking notes. Rippling muscles in soft lighting that the artist definitely studied for. Then a man in dark robes kneeling over another prone man with hand reaching out in what could be mercy or could be checking for a wallet. And finally, the dark-haired man with face obscured by shadow and messy hair sitting hunched over, looking downward with the kind of pensive expression that says, "I am contemplating the nature of existence, and also whether I left the stove on." A man in traditional clothing walks through dimly lit room with wooden walls and red curtains like he's touring the world's most depressing Airbnb. Then someone stands with their back to us, facing a dark opening between two large wooden doors. And finally, a figure in dark clothing stands over two fallen individuals on a wooden floor, in that classic "I" just redecorated with corpses composition. Shadowy figure with long dark hair in dim room with thin orange light, while bandaged fingers reach from the right like the world's most aggressive handshake. Then bandaged hand pressed against dark textured surface. Another bandaged arm held up against dark background. And finally, the hand reaching toward glowing white orb with store in inventories text, which is the most game-breaking revelation since someone discovered you could put a bucket on a shopkeeper's head in Skyrim. Bandaged hand reaching out glowing with blue energy and faint outline of another figure in background. Then silhouette of messy-haired person on wooden floor. And finally, the character speaking about how something will definitely be a huge help in my future hunts, which is just the most understated way to say I have discovered the inventory system, and now nothing can stop me. Silhouetted figure kneels over fallen opponent holding sword to throat in dim wooden room. Then extreme close-up of wide, startled eye with dark, heavy lashes and visible veins that says, I was not prepared for this level of violence before lunch. And finally, the shadowy figure observing a holographic display with various icons and progress bars saying, as I thought, which is the most ominous thing you can say while looking at what is essentially a stat sheet. 4 icons representing quest, skill, sphere, and item against blue cloudy background, which is the most 2010s mobile game user interface I've ever seen in a manhwa. Then I've gained in speech bubble from unseen speaker who definitely just leveled up. And finally, the figure in dark robe silhouetted against red background, clasping hands together in front of face, like he's praying to the random number generator gods. And once that experience builds up, I can level up, says the shadow-obscured figure explaining the concept of grinding to an audience that definitely already knows. Then leveling up makes me stronger from behind dark curly hair in the most tutorial dialogue imaginable. And finally, the extreme close-up of glowing red eyes staring intensely with face showing distress and injury that says, the tutorial is over and I have already broken the game. Bone hand and shadow hand reaching toward glowing speech bubble with as hunting becomes easier. Al, which is either a threat or a business plan. Then torso in white garment from low angle with arms bound. Extreme close-up of bandaged man from low angle with head tilted back and hands gripping his own head like he's trying to contain something. And finally, bare feet hanging limply against wooden walls suggesting deceased or unconscious, which in this series is basically a 50-50 coin flip. Figure with arms bound by cloth and head tilted back against red curtains in that classic, I have seen things pose. Then, black-robed figure with bandaged arms holding white ribbon taut between hands looking down with neutral expression like he's measuring something very important. Young man with dark hair and wide staring eyes partially obscured by his own bandaged arms. And finally, the man with head tilted back and eyes rolled up, staring blankly upwards with face etched in distress, which is what happens when you max out your trauma stat. Older swordsman with arms crossed standing stoically in traditional Japanese-style room, which is a weird architectural choice for a Korean murim setting, but I am not the location scout. Then, dark-haired man with hair tied back, looking forward with neutral expression as footstep sound effects echo around him. And finally, young woman with hair in buns turning away as figure in red robes stands in background with sound effect that means someone just got dramatically interrupted. Young woman with eyes closed and head bowed, slumped over with sound effects indicating distress or the aftermath of a very intense cardio session. Then thick mustached man angrily questioning someone with "Ang, what took you so long?" which is the most specific name-based anger I've ever seen. And finally, the cloaked figure peeking through doorway with, I know, like they're late to their own assassination appointment. Sorry, am I? A bit late? Asked the person in dark robes with the tilde that makes it sound cute despite the corpses. Then, stern-faced, stout man with top knot staring with menacing expression like he's judging your life choices. Deeply furrowed brow and clenched teeth glaring forward in rage that could power a small village. And finally, are those two moving in together in there or something? Which is just the most domestic concern imaginable in a room that definitely has bodies in it. Close-up of older man's face with fist clenched near chin and grumbling sound. Then the character calling out, Brother Michiel, it's been a wily chosen. You come out now too, with that casual tone people use when they definitely know something terrible has happened. Followed by man in red robe turning his back with someone else is, wait, no. You should probably get some rest, which is the fastest self-correction from murder threat to polite concern I've ever witnessed. And finally on wooden door meaning quiet or silence, which is just the most ironic text placement possible given what we've just seen. The title card hits, Manhwa. Dramatic frame, decorative border, like we're about to watch a prestige drama about regional governance. Then, two figures stand on water while smoke billows behind them, which is either profound martial arts mysticism or someone forgot to render the boat. Five robed figures pose on a rock like they're about to drop the darkest K-pop concept of the year, and then we get masked figures with glowing eyes advancing through the dark. The Danri clan's having a rough fiscal quarter, is what I'm gathering. Black Crow Hall under blue skies, deceptively peaceful. Then, this intense-eyed man with a topknot stares forward like he's calculating exactly how many people he'll need to fire today. The mustached man beside him looks like he already knows he's on the list. Gi-dae Hyo, hall leader of the Black Crow Hall, gets his formal introduction in a decorative frame. Then immediately, a monstrous shadow figure with a gaping maw looms forward, because this series cannot let anyone have a nice moment. The eye close-up after that says someone's about to make a very bad decision. The elder with the goatee examines a scroll at his desk, very administrative. Then someone asks if they mean the Danri clan, and the response is a flat yes sir. The energy in this room is quarterly, earnings are down, and someone's getting demoted to corpse. Gi-dae-hyo clutches his face in distress, asking where exactly Mashiel. Oh, we're saying that name again. Then someone says, no, I need to see it for myself, which, in this genre, translates to, I'm about to walk into a horror movie set and refuse to call backup. The temple establishing shot confirms, pretty architecture, doomed occupants. Bustling marketplace, daily life continuing in blissful ignorance. Three figures ask if it's this room, and the older man's somber expression says it is absolutely this room, and he wishes it weren't. The mustache is not helping his optimism levels. Someone hunched over in black, then a claw-like hand reaching from darkness. A bearded man looks surprised, and then we get the intense shadowed eye with determination. The sequence reads, something terrible happened here, and the person who did it is still very much in the building. Silhouetted figure with weapon raised against wooden planks and red curtains, very stage play, very threatening. Someone asks if there's any way to pull these logs out without taking the roof apart, which is the most specific forensic question I've heard in a manhwa. Then the smug man with the mustache looks down, and that smile says he already knows the answer, and it's not the one anyone wants. Startled eye close up, then a horse with sound effects in front of traditional buildings. Status screen with unknown stats appears, our boy's checking his build mid-investigation, which is peak gamer behavior. Then the scarred eye close up, the dirty skin, the wear and tear of someone who's been through it. This is not the same stable boy who started this story. Scarred hand gripping a strap, then messy black hair from behind, and then screaming mouth wide open, sharp teeth, cavernous throat, pure rage given vocal form. The Psychopath's meditation playlist just hit the screamo section, and someone's not surviving this verse. Someone calls out, "Hee!" from under a blanket, very casual, very unaware. Then a cut speech bubble with our Sosam. We don't get the full sentence, but we get the point. The intense dark eye close-up after that says our boy is done with the social pleasantries. The huh? In a wide grin is someone's last words before they become a learning experience. Someone asks if they're seriously going to keep ignoring them, which is the question you ask right before you realize you should have kept ignoring them. Bloodstained face, pained expression, and then our boy suggests finding somewhere quiet for a little heart. The quotation marks around heart to heart are doing so much heavy lifting, they need workers' comp. Horse whinnies in a dim alley, two figures hunched over, very crime scene, very unsanctioned. Then the intense red eye close up and a group gathered in a stone-walled room with someone bent over in the foreground. The party's over, the host has arrived, and the entertainment is about to be permanent. Korean onomatopoeia for impact dominates the panel, abstract and violent. A shadowy figure walks toward two onlookers with heavy footstep sounds. Then an older man smiles faintly, touching his chin, eyes closed in contemplation. He thinks he's safe. He thinks he's smart. The terrified scream of, "Lord Jong-ho!" immediately after says no, he was neither. Someone says, "Jong-ho?" with red eyes and dark hair, very, I know that name and I don't like where this is going. Then a man with long dark hair and a sly smile compliments a horse while touching its neck, which is either a very specific fetish or he's about to steal it. The figure with bandaged arms stands over someone looking up, and the bearded man nuzzling the horse asks what they think about that. I think someone's about to lose their transportation and their life, sir. Dark curly hair and shadow, then a wide, menacing grin with furrowed brow. This man has never had a thought he didn't immediately act on. Then the close-up, I don't ask twice. The large hand looming over someone looking down confirms he doesn't need to. The first ask was a courtesy. This is the consequence. Wounded face looking down, neutral expression. Our boy's doing math again. Then what? What? With wide, terrified eyes, because the math came back wrong for everyone else. Violent blur of motion and light, and then the blue portal labeled inventory opens in dark, abstract space. He's not fighting fair. He was never going to fight fair. That's not how you speedrun a psychopath playthrough. Bright beams erupt from darkness, scattering particles like someone's graphics card is dying gloriously. Shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing blue energy looms over fragmented cityscape. This is what the inventory screen looks like when a psychopath opens it. The distorted scream of "Ha!" and the blood-splattered eye staring in disbelief. Someone just saw the tutorial boss use an endgame mechanic, and their build was not prepared. Wounded, hand-clutching sword hilt, hooded figure looming behind. Too late. Far too late. Bloodied hand reaching from darkness, fingers splayed like it's trying to grab one last save state. Then, the silhouette of a rider on a horse emerging from blinding light in debris-strewn interior. The psychopath's not just killing them, he's leaving with their horse, their dignity, and whatever experience points they drop. Chaotic, abstract explosion of light and energy, streaks of white and rainbow against dark red. Someone's death animation is taking up the whole screen. Blinding pink and white eruption obscures everything, and then a cloaked figure stands over a fallen opponent bathed in divine light. The blood-covered fist slamming down with shockwave says, the divine light is not for protection, it's for contrast. Makes the blood show up better. Silhouette amidst chaotic red and purple energy, glowing arcs surrounding them. This is what a level up looks like when you're not playing by the tutorial rules. Shadowy, monstrous figure erupts from vortex, form indistinct but menacing, and a terrified man shouts, "Run away! No!" with a distorted face looming behind him. The red, jagged speech bubble with "kill him" is not a suggestion. It's the last collective thought of people who are about to become a statistic. Shadowy figure with flowing dark hair illuminated by bright red light, dramatic and final. Then someone shouts, "Everyone, kill that demon!" against a dark red background. They finally see what he is. They finally understand. And the only thing worse than not knowing is knowing too late to do anything but scream. Some poor bastard opens his mouth to scream, and that's the last voluntary sound he makes. Our boy doesn't even let him finish the exhale. The alleyway becomes a tutorial on why you don't make eye contact with things that have no fear. Response. The kick connects with enough force to redecorate the floor with someone's dignity. Jo Pyong hits the ground already knowing he's not the protagonist of this exchange. The hand on his throat isn't asking questions, it's filing paperwork. Someone's cradling a body like this is a tragedy and not a Tuesday. The surviving thug looks up with that specific expression of someone who just realized the horror movie has no final girl. He asks if it's a demon. Brother, demons have mercy. This is just efficiency. The knife near his cheek isn't a threat, it's a conversation starter. Our guy wants to know about the Black Society, and this man's face is suddenly very interested in cooperation. The screamed confession comes out like a speedrun, any percent strat. Achievement unlocked, talked too much, died anyway. Jang Ho was Black Society executive, which means our boy just killed middle management and caught the attention of upper leadership. The masked figure on horseback isn't a rescue, it's a performance review. The smile holding the knife says the quarterly numbers are in, and someone is getting downsized permanently. The inventory system glitches open like a corrupted save file, and our boy reaches into the void like he's pulling a weapon from the backrooms of reality. The bald man's eyes go white with the specific horror of watching someone break the game's collision detection. This isn't martial arts. This is modded client behavior. The sigh that follows isn't regret, it's the sound of someone checking off a grocery list. Horse grazing in background, completely unbothered, because even livestock in this series have better survival instincts than the named characters. Our boy stands in the cave entrance contemplating his next level up like he's deciding on a skill tree respec. He learned some pretty important facts today, delivered with the enthusiasm of someone reading patch notes for a game he's already broken. The hand reaching toward the starry void isn't dramatic, it's transactional. If he's close to a level up, the risk-reward math suddenly favors aggression. The psychopath's spreadsheet has spoken. The red eye in close-up isn't a power-up, it's a warning label. He knows the downside to leveling up. The glow gives his position away like a mobile game player with a legendary skin. But the thing about being a psychopath in a world full of predators is that stealth was never the primary strategy. Visibility is just another form of bait. The plaza fills with onlookers who don't know they're background NPCs in someone else's speedrun. Our boy and his horse stand under the full moon like the cover of an album that's about to drop and delete several people's save files. The marketplace bustles with targets who haven't been flagged yet. The psychopath's playthrough continues, and the server hasn't found a patch. The system is still having a complete meltdown, flashing critical error like it's trying to win a cybersecurity bingo card. Our boy stands in the marketplace looking like he just respawned with no tutorial and even less patience. He's already calculating which NPCs are worth the experience points. The error message keeps screaming about security breaches while his stat screen shows more question marks than a conspiracy theory board. Proceeding may be difficult? Brother, proceeding is the only option. That red eye flickers open like a loading screen from hell. He's wondering if the critical error broke his heads-up display, or if this is just Tuesday in Murim Online now. He mashes the skill button because that's what gamers do when nothing makes sense. The interface responds with a big fat 0% bonus, which is honestly the most honest feedback he's gotten all day. Then his eye goes full Sapphire Rave mode, Spirit Eye activating automatically because the system finally found something worth panicking about. Our boy's face says he's not ready for whatever proximity alert just triggered. The system drops the most understated horror notification imaginable. Enemy at least 10 levels higher. 19 meters and closing. This is not a difficulty spike. This is a difficulty cliff with no guardrails. The cloaked figure peers through scarred fingers like he's reading a menu at a restaurant where everything is poisoned. Those traditional rooftops in the background look peaceful, which means they're absolutely not. Footsteps in the dark. Someone's hunting. Our protagonist closes his eyes like he's accepting a terms of service agreement he definitely didn't read. The older man with the bun looks worried, which in this economy means everyone should be worried. That terrified eye in close-up? That's the face of someone who just realized the tutorial boss was a lie. The elder's sweating bullets, while the cloaked figure looms like a tax audit given human form. That massive hand reaching down asks the worst possible question, "Are you so Sam?" Because if you are, the refund policy on this reincarnation just expired. The elder's eyes go wide, like he just saw his own browser history projected in public. That extreme close-up of pure terror? That's every manhwa reader when the hidden boss reveals himself before Chapter 10. The scream that follows is not a battle cry. It's a cancellation notice on his life insurance. Blue energy erupts from that fist like someone overclocked a graphics card in a sealed room. The lightning isn't decorative, it's diagnostic. Our boy's spirit eye is running a threat assessment in real time, and the results are not flattering for anyone in the blast radius. The colossal shadow figure attacks downward, like a server dropping on launch day. Our cloaked figure erupts with blue lightning from his chest. Yes, from his chest, which is either a secret technique or the most aggressive heartburn in martial arts history. That malevolent gaze in extreme close-up says the difficulty settings just got permanently deleted. A masked figure arrives with the energy of someone who definitely did not RSVP to this apocalypse. The cloaked figure's hand still glows with residual blue, like he forgot to turn off his Bluetooth. That confused eye in close-up? That's the system trying to process what just happened to its carefully planned encounter. The elder sighs like a man who's just been told his retirement fund is invested in demon stocks. The group huddles to leave, which in Manhwa language means they're about to walk into something worse. That intense stare from the bearded man says he's already calculating who to sacrifice for speedrun efficiency. The stern-faced man gets called hall leader and responds with the enthusiasm of someone accepting a group project leadership role. The gaunt figure in the wooden room looks down with the vacant expression of an on-player character who knows his dialogue tree is about to end. Everyone's acting normal, which is how you know the psychopath's playthrough just entered its second act. Silhouette against starry sky, Dramatic spotlight, the whole visual package. The bandaged figure with red eyes looks like he mainlines energy drinks and vengeance. Then the elder starts asking why they left without proper interrogation, which is adorable because proper interrogation requires surviving the first encounter. Someone asks if they were suspicious of the boy, and the elder's weary eye in extreme close-up says everything. What did you find? The answer is about to be the most devastating. Nothing in martial arts history. The bandana man's intense glare with sweat beading says he's not ready for this report. Both men look up at the night sky like they're waiting for a patch note that will never drop. The final verdict arrives, not a single drop of internal energy. He's just an ordinary kid. The silence that follows is the sound of every cultivation reader's brain short-circuiting. Rain-slicked streets, warm lanterns, traditional architecture, the whole aesthetic package. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. It's absolutely going to be a crime scene in about 3 panels. Inside the tavern, men gather around tables with the nervous energy of people discussing a boss they haven't unlocked yet. That close-up of a hand gripping something dark while tears stream down? That's not fear. That's fandom. Someone asks if they've heard the news, and the answer is always yes, because in a world without social media, gossip travels at the speed of trauma. The distressed man clutching his arm looks like he just got his main account banned. Of course they've heard about the nameless hero. That's the only topic with worse security than this tavern's door. Everyone's talking about him, which in murim terms means the bounty board is about to get very interesting. Someone shushes them with the panic of a stan protecting their alt bias. Call him Lord Nameless Hero, you casual. The scream with broken pottery says the fandom has reached religious levels. That rage-filled declaration about slaughtering wicked sects? That's not a report. That's a sermon, and the congregation is armed. The wide shot of men at tables with one walking through center says the rumor mill is now a stampede. Then the smug laughter arrives, declaring half those high and mighty wicked sects already wiped out. The nameless hero isn't just farming experience points anymore. He's speedrunning the whole server leaderboard, and the other players are just now reading the patch notes. The stern warning about the Black Society lands like a moderator message in a toxic chat. The elder signals for silence with the urgency of someone who knows the ban hammer is already swinging. One sect remains, and our great nameless hero is going to. The man in brown robes lunges forward, shouting in Korean because even the subtitles know this moment deserves native audio. The tavern argument erupts with the sound effects of 2 men who have very different opinions about the nameless hero's kill-death ratio. Then the cloaked figure appears in the doorway, rain falling behind, and the entire room's threat assessment updates simultaneously. The hood adjustment reveals bandaged hands and dark hair, someone who's been collecting scars like achievement badges. 2 figures stand in pouring rain with tattered cloaks billowing, and the weather isn't dramatic. It's just matching their energy. The psychopath's playthrough has arrived at the tavern, and the side quest is about to become the main event. The tavern argument ends the only way it could, with a sword through someone's face and their head decorating the wall like performance art. Our guy walks out into the rain, leaving a severed head behind him, and the shadows come alive with glowing eyes because apparently the tutorial zone is over. He stands before the Black Society's gate like he's reading a restaurant menu, not a death warrant. Bodies already litter the ground. He brought the appetizer. Arrows blot out the sky. An army waits inside. The gate opens and they charge screaming for his blood. 30 men minimum, all armed, all terrified of one guy in a cheap cloak. Lightning splits the sky and someone screams to kill him. Kill that bastard, like repetition makes it more likely. It does not. The nameless hero is already inside their formation. He fights like the concept of fear was patched out of his build. Swordsmen surround him, and he answers with a technique called sweeping 1,000 armies, which is less a name and more a weather forecast. The scythe comes out. Red energy arcs across the battlefield like someone's graphics card is melting. Men scream, blood fountains, and our guy lunges through it all without breaking stride. He swings that scythe in an arc that rewrites the local population statistics. A demonic figure with glowing red eyes emerges from the carnage, and the soldiers realize they brought spears to a boss fight. One fool tries a spear from above. Our guy catches him mid-air, impales him on a glowing blade, and keeps moving. The body hasn't finished falling before he's already choosing the next target. 2 men scream with blood on their faces, realizing too late that the nameless hero doesn't negotiate. He kneels over a dying man, pulls his blade free, and the corpse hits the mud with a sound the Korean edition gave 2 syllables. Someone calls him a cowardly prick from behind, which is bold considering the body count. Our guy doesn't even turn around. He just extends a glowing blue blade and lets the lightning do the talking. A man screams with everything his lungs have left. Our guy opens his inventory, yes, the menu, and descends from above in a blinding blue light like a patch note from God. The explosion erases what was left of their morale. A disembodied head with glowing blue eyes explodes, surrounded by blood and debris. That's not a metaphor. That's Tuesday. Someone gets struck by red energy, and our guy's fist connects with the kind of impact that makes sound designers earn their paycheck. He watches another figure thrown to the ground, rain washing the blood away almost as fast as it spills. An older man grins through the downpour holding a bloody dagger, thinking he finally got a piece of the nameless hero. More figures with glowing white eyes emerge from the darkness, but they're not the threat, they're the audience. Our guy stands over a fallen creature, and 3 elders ask why he's laughing. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Close up, wild black hair, glowing red eyes, blood splattered like abstract art, and a grin that says the psychopath is enjoying this more than he should. Someone mutters, they have to kill him right here. Good luck with that. An older swordsman watches from a ruined building as our guy stands silhouetted in a pagoda archway. Then someone screams, fire and arrows rain down, knives follow, and a figure falls through the hail of projectiles toward the temple below. A man clings to rock face while masked archers aim from above. Another recoils as black figures and blood erupt around him. The older swordsman turns his back, sword at hip, walking away from a scene he already knows the ending to. A survivor asks if he's the nameless hero, like the name matters when you're already dead. An older man wonders what they even did that was so wrong. Someone shouts that he isn't the god of death. What right does he have to judge them? And the scream that follows is the only answer they get. He stands over 2 fallen bodies in the pouring rain, spear in hand, while survivors kneel before the gate in despair. The battlefield is littered with corpses, and someone in the distance is still calling out, still not understanding that the patch notes dropped hours ago and they didn't read them. The demonic figure with glowing eyes surveys his burning kingdom, while some poor conical hat swordsman gets used as a title card delivery system, and honestly both of them look like they read the same How to Be Ominous Pinterest board. 2 kids run through the rain with wooden swords and the kind of unhinged grins that suggest they're either playing make-believe or auditioning for the next generation of murder statistics. The Red Wolf clan got erased so hard they became a text box, and now only one wicked sect remains in Bongyang, which is basically the narrative equivalent of Last Call at the Villain Bar. Some elderly man with snake tattoos sits in the rain looking like he already lost the boss fight and knows it, while our cloaked figure approaches with the energy of someone whose to-dos list is just names with checkboxes. A monstrous, scarred eye with a glowing yellow iris stares out like it's seen things no ophthalmologist could fix, and then the title card drops because a hero, which is doing so much heavy lifting, I think it qualifies for workers' comp. The elderly man grimaces like he just tasted his own mortality. Gets called out for fooling Bongyang's entire population, and our hooded figure hits him with the I never fooled anyone. They just chose to believe what they wanted. Which is technically true, and also the most gaslighting adjacent villain defense I've ever heard deployed with that much swagger. The gaunt figure with glowing yellow eyes screams and lunges with a blue sword, while a monstrous tree thing with red eyes emerges from the forest, like nature decided to file a harassment complaint. And their clash of blue and red energies looks like someone smashed together 2 different anime color palettes. Water erupts. Red eyes go full rage mode. Some stylized oak symbol appears like the artist got bored and hit random keys, and then we get the intense glowing eye close-up that every shonen protagonist is contractually obligated to have at least once per arc. 2 figures clash in snow and blood. The monstrous one calls out an opening, like he's commentating his own fight, and our red-eyed swordsman responds with, too shallow. You won't reach, which is simultaneously combat analysis and the most devastating critique of someone's entire fighting career. Blood splatters across an eye. A blue glowing swordsman lunges with determination. Energy waves ripple through a moonlit forest. Someone gets impaled with the kind of wound that makes you check if this is still the same rating. And our red-eyed figure watches in shock before slumping pained while the monstrous grinner roars like he just won a very violent lottery. The blue blade strikes again. The monstrous figure lunges through a starry void like he brought his own background artist. Shadowy forms attack and get blasted by energy that shatters the environment. And at this point, the animation budget is either crying or filing for overtime. Our wounded fighter admits he'll definitely lose at this rate. Decides to sacrifice some flesh anyway because apparently that's on the menu. Gets called out by the monstrous figure with, "What are you thinking?" Which is rich coming from someone who looks like that. And then unleashes the Three Powers sword dance with the kind of technique name that requires mandatory shouting. Icy energy torrents down. The red-eyed figure stares at a wound and gasps, "A soft sword?" Blood sprays through a purple void, and someone collapses into metallic debris like a failed mecha pilot. Blue energy blasts shatter the starry void. Water and ice swirl in a vortex that someone's definitely going to slip on later. An explosion engulfs our wild-haired figure, and he stands injured in the mist, looking like he just read his own patch notes and didn't like the balance changes. A massive serpent rises from blue light, like someone summoned the wrong kind of plumbing. Our terrified character sweats bullets as red text screams across the panel. And our cloaked figure draws his sword against a glowing blue dragon with the calm energy of someone who's already checked the wiki for this boss's weakness. The serpent declares, "That's not the way of a warrior," and our spectral figure hits back with, "It's the way of an assassin," or a hunter, which is technically a job reclassification mid-fight. And then the monstrous figure laughs with the kind of manic glee that suggests he's been waiting all season to deliver his, "I had plenty while you had none" line. Our bandaged warrior grips his sword in the rain with the determination of someone who hasn't read the spoiler thread. The dragon coils around to announce, "It looks like you're completely out of moves," like it's doing play-by-play commentary on its own victory. And then the warrior leaps anyway because out of moves is just a suggestion when you have protagonist privileges. The golden symbol explodes outward like a system notification from hell. And some blue-scaled nightmare lunges through the wreckage with teeth that could file a tax return as predatory equipment. Our boy's already moved on to the next target because that's what hunters do. They don't admire their work. The creature's still monologuing about finally getting him when the real attack comes from somewhere else entirely. Classic decoy strats, the kind of move that separates assassins from warriors who read the manual. Someone's falling with a spear in their chest wondering if assassins are responsible. And buddy, the invoice is in the mail. The realization hits like a patch note you didn't read. A decoy, so where's the real one? The answer's already lunging at you with a chain whip in the rain, glowing eyes and all. Somewhere in the shadows, a sword slides free with the kind of sound that makes wills get updated. That single yellow eye stares out with the confidence of a final boss who hasn't checked the forums. The shadow figure lunges through blood and abstract geometry. And somewhere, a creature with glowing red eyes roars loud enough to skip the dialogue entirely. Our cloaked problem child answers with his own lunge, because in this economy you don't get to monologue twice. A bloody hand grips the knife and drives it home into scaled hide. No flourish, no technique name, just efficient damage per second. The young man beneath the cloak glares with red eyes and facial wounds that suggest this isn't his first unplanned difficulty spike. The creature screams in agony and reaches for a customer service line that definitely doesn't exist in this timeline. The cloaked swordsman pierces the monstrous thing clean through, and the panel assigns a Korean sound effect that together mean your build is invalid. He impales another figure with the same energy a gamer uses to skip cutscenes, zero hesitation, full commitment. His eyes glow with determination at the fallen, while the terrified monstrosity surrounded by spectral faces realizes too late that it's not the protagonist of this encounter. Blue energy detonates upward, and the serpentine body engulfs everything in a vortex of poor life choices, smaller figures caught in the blast radius of someone else's boss fight. The wounded man coughs blood onto his hand with the rhythm of a Dark Souls death animation, clutching his chest like he's trying to hold in his remaining health points. The monstrous figure screams into the rain about this bastard and where he went, which is technically a self-report. If you're asking where the hunter went, you're already in the trap. Then the glowing blade answers from inside its chest, because our boy doesn't do callbacks, he does critical hits. Someone's still talking about cheap tricks as they kick up dust, not realizing the cheap trick is the one that already worked. The gaunt, screaming face with yellow eyes contorts in the downpour, and the shadowy figure with claws lunges from darkness that seems almost personally offended. Then the metallic object finds its neck, and the screaming upgrades from performance to genuine. The whip strike lands with a guttural cry and Korean sound design that translates roughly to uninstall. The blood-splattered figure on the ground contemplates whether the situation is even possible, which is adorable. He still thinks reality has a fairness setting. The creature's final roar is just agony with better audio mixing. The single red eye stares from darkness with the intensity of a loading screen that knows your save file is corrupted. The figure in red robes holding a spiked chain asks if they're the one being hunted, which is the kind of self-awareness that arrives approximately one revelation too late. The grotesque, screaming face with bloodshot eyes looks upward like it's checking the patch notes for a nerf that isn't coming. The white-haired warrior leaps with sword in hand against stormy architecture, and the monstrous shadow screams rage into the void. A cloaked figure lunges with motion-blurred arm, then the scarred face looks upward with terrified eyes exclaiming that no, that can't also be. The full sentence dies in the throat where better writers would put a comma. Something's rising from the blood-red abyss, and it's not the difficulty curve, it's the difficulty cliff. The impalement is violent enough to make the blood splatter in abstract expressionist patterns. The sword through the chest explodes gore with the enthusiasm of a system announcement for legendary drops. Then the elderly man with glowing red eyes screams terror as shadowy figures reach from smoke. He's seeing the full enemy composition now, and the raid leader did not prepare for this mechanic. In the pouring rain, the cloaked figure impales another victim with the casual efficiency of someone who stopped counting achievements. The wounded torso shows a gash down the center that suggests this body has seen multiple patch cycles. The gaunt elderly figure cries out, "You bastards," with the specific anguish of someone who thought they were the final boss until the health bar phase transition. The old man clutches his chest with a cloaked shadow looming behind, the classic mentor death flag pose that every murim reader recognizes by panel 3. Then the giant figure with glowing white eyes looms over the battlefield of smaller figures, and the hand holding a skull above a pile of skulls drips blood with the patience of a loot table that knows you're farming. The Psychopath's playthrough doesn't have side quests, it has body counts. The cloaked figure with glowing white eyes stands in rain so heavy it's basically a cutscene filter, hood doing nothing to hide the murder resume. Two figures loom behind another with vacant eyes. The pale one, the dark-haired one with red eyes. All of them looking like a group photo for people who will not be attending your funeral because they're the reason. The older swordsman grips his hilt in the downpour, still thinking defense is an option, which is almost sweet. The lone figure walks toward the traditional building under heavy rain, footsteps marked with a Korean sound effect that means no witnesses, no witnesses, no witnesses. The blood-splattered warrior raises his fist with sword in hand, and the blood splatters around the standing cloaked figure like a reputation system that only tracks one metric. He's not entering the building, he's entering the next zone. Lightning illuminates the storm with text about somewhere stronger, somewhere with harder to hunt prey, and the sky above the city skyline delivers the phrase like a quest log update, you can't decline. The mountain range flashes with electric violence, and somewhere a procession of robed figures stands in formation, completely unaware that the hunter just set his waypoint to their coordinates. The solemn procession in the grand hall with red-filtered light looks like a guild meeting where nobody read the raid briefing. The dimly lit room with ornate wallpaper hosts figures in traditional robes standing around like they have time to waste. Then the lone figure kneels before a throne filled with standing soldiers, and someone says 2 years remain. 2 years until what? The patch drops? The expansion launches? Or until the psychopath finishes his tutorial and the real game begins? The streets of Bongyang are buzzing like a server launch day, except the patch everyone downloaded is called The Nameless Hero finally wiped out the Black Snake sect. Commoners who've never caught a legendary drop in their lives are suddenly main charactering in the town square. Some guy at the tavern proposes they upgrade the title to Nameless Great Hero, which is exactly the kind of scope creep that ruins good branding. An older man with a straw in his mouth pushes back with the energy of someone who's seen too many hype trains derail. His buddy snaps back that they should think about what those bastards did to them, and honestly, the straw-chewing skeptic folds like a cheap folding screen. The panel gives us the real thesis. Neither authorities nor righteous sects ever gave a damn about commoners like them. So they toast to the nameless hero who drove the scum out, and the whole square erupts and long lives. Like this is a comeback stage, and he's about to drop the title track. The crowd's energy is giving first concert after military discharge, unhinged, grateful, slightly violent. Cut to our guy, and his expression says he did not sign up for fan meet and greets. He's standing before some grand pagoda under a full moon, and his spirit eye, that lovely little system feature, is pinging like a Discord notification at 3 a.m. Something's coming. Inside the stable, Danri Cheonwoo, white beard flowing like he paid for the premium character model, is having a moment with his horse. The panel drops his name like it's supposed to mean something, and honestly, in this genre, that beard is the resume. A messenger in red robes shows up looking like he knows something the audience doesn't, which is technically his job. Danri Cheonwoo kneels to this guy like he's accepting a quest from a non-player character with a golden exclamation mark, and the vibe shift is immediate. Whatever's happening, it's plot relevant. Turns out, the Namgung clan's second daughter is getting married on the upcoming full moon, and Danri Cheonwoo is gifting his favorite horse like it's a limited edition photo card. His subordinate asks if he's sure, and the old man's face says he'd do far worse than that, the far worse being the actual interesting part. We get a tender moment of Cheonwoo leaning against his horse like it's the only being that understands his tax evasion schemes, then cut to a colossal shadowy figure with glowing orange eyes looming over some poor smaller figure. The tonal whiplash is so severe, I need to check if I accidentally scrolled to a different manhwa. Blue energy crackles from a hand gripping black fabric with a pink symbol, and some guy with a top knot glares with the intensity of someone who just got his ranked game griefed. Then Cheonwoo himself unleashes a blast that has its own dedicated Korean sound effect. 2 syllables that together mean, "You are now involved in my political machinations." "Depart tomorrow morning," he says. "You'll have a lot of work to do," which in Murim elder speak translates to, "I am sending you to die or be politically useful, possibly both." The subordinate understands, because in this economy, you don't question the quest giver. You just check your inventory and hope you remembered to save. Someone's getting assigned horse duty, which is how you know they're the protagonist in disguise or about to be fridged. The clan leader's voice echoes through a courtyard where soldiers line up like they're waiting for a gotcha pull, and our guy, still in his mute stableboy cosplay, watches from the margins where he's been farming experience points since Chapter 2. Then we get this grinning disaster of a man who looks like he mained chaos in every alignment chart he's ever touched. Our guy asks what he needs to do to learn real martial arts instead of just skills, and the framing makes it clear he's been running on tutorial mode this whole time, and the real buildcraft starts now. He's already 18 in this world's years, which, in cultivation logic, means he's basically a retirement-age student. The difficulty curve for starting martial arts at this age is notorious. It's like picking up a fighting game for the first time, and the tutorial is a tournament match against someone who's been maining this character since beta. But our guy's eyes say he's already found the exploit. The Black Crow Hall assembles. Soldiers march through streets that suddenly feel too narrow for the plot that's about to barrel through them. Someone shouts that all members are ready, and the energy is giving raid group forming, no healers, we're doing this live. An old man roars with the kind of throat health that makes you wonder what his skincare routine is, because that vocal cord preservation is unnatural. Danri Ganghai is likely at some inn in Bongyang district, which is Miram speak for he's causing problems on purpose. The order comes down, move out, and the horse charges with a sound effect that I will describe only as aggressive phoneme. Everyone halts because someone spotted the problem child, and the groan from the commander has the emotional texture of a parent whose kid just got banned from another massively multiplayer online. Danri Ganghai himself appears with a smile that says he knows exactly how much administrative work he's generating, and the panel identifies him as a martial arts prodigy with incredible talent and intuition, which in this genre is code for will definitely betray someone by Chapter 20. A warrior in red robes with antler helmet energy stands ready, and the text says his skills are more than enough to enter the Namgung clan as an outer disciple, which is like saying someone's qualified for the tutorial of the tutorial. But then the panel shifts, and green energy explodes with the visual language of someone just crit failed their sanity check. Abstract, jagged lines and green glow give way to an older man's terrified eyes, and then Danri Cheonwoo screams, "Young Lord Danris!" with the kind of raw agony that makes you check if this is still the same chapter. The green energy surges through him like he's channeling something that was never meant for mortal servers, and the whole scene reeks of, "We thought this quest was rated T for teen!" A figure in black armor falls from height onto cracked ground, and our guy looks up at a glowing eye symbol in the sky like the system just pushed a boss raid notification he absolutely did not subscribe to. Then this grotesque, matted-haired disaster screams and points forward while debris rains around him, and the sound effect he's assigned is doing so much heavy lifting. I need to sit down. A figure lunges through crackling green energy, and the motion lines are so aggressive, the panel itself looks like it's trying to escape the page, which, given what's about to happen next, might be the smartest move available. The thing that crawls out of the wreckage isn't even trying to look human anymore. Green eyes, too many teeth, and the kind of aura that makes your save file corrupt just by proximity. This is what happens when you skip every side quest and the final boss scales anyway. Danri Cheonwoo's mustache is doing that thing where it tries to escape his face from sheer terror. Then he screams, "Young Lord Danris," with the exact energy of someone who just realized the tutorial boss was holding back 70% of its moveset. Green energy surges through the old man like someone's pouring liquid server lag directly into his veins. The whole courtyard gets hit with an AoE that doesn't care about your dodge roll timing. Danri Cheonwoo's eyes glow like he just got admin privileges and immediately banned everyone. The cloaked figure lunges with a grin that says, "I read the manga, and you didn't." Donghwa's veil is doing absolutely nothing to hide her "we are not okay" energy. And somewhere in the chaos, some poor side character gets horse teeth in his personal space without consent. Close-up on the green eye. Extreme close-up on the green eye. The artist is absolutely not letting us forget that this thing runs on pure, unfiltered malice and probably cryptocurrency. The pupil swirls like a loading screen that never finishes. Our guy looks up like he's calculating the exact frame data of his own death. The elder's eyes have gone full void. No jutsu. Then the monster speaks, and its voice has that reverb effect you only get from recording in a bathroom made of human bones. "I asked you what your name was." Buddy, this is not how you network at martial arts conferences. The mustache man screams. The red-eyed grin appears in the crowd like someone activated a cheat code. There's a blood-red iris with a shadow silhouette inside, which is either foreshadowing or the artist's browser history. And Danri Cheonwoo's hair goes full Super Saiyan, except the key is the color of every toxic Discord moderator combined. The monster looms over traditional architecture like it read the zoning laws and decided to violate all of them. It asks, "Who are you?" Which is honestly the most relatable question in this entire series because nobody's identity has stayed stable for more than 3 chapters. Then green energy blasts across the courtyard like someone spilled their Mountain Dew on the server rack. Gidehyo finally introduces himself like, "This is a LinkedIn connection request, and not an act of war crime. Leader of the Danri clan's Black Crow unit. Sir, your unit is currently being used as a mop for green energy. The stomp that follows is less martial arts and more terms of service violation." Red eyes go wide with, "It's impossible," which is the official catchphrase of everyone who just met our protagonist. The green eye swirls like a loading icon for your inevitable demise. Then a beast with yellow eyes and actual fangs appears, and I'm starting to think this clan's feng shui consultant needs to be fired into the sun. Danri Cheonwoo, still glowing with enough green energy to power a small country, asks the Danri clan, "What the hell is that?" while grabbing someone by the collar. Then he wonders if it's something you eat. The collective. "How dare you insult the Danri clan from the peanut gallery" is almost sweet. Almost. They still think this is a negotiation and not a server wipe. The green eye returns for its contractual close-up. The elder lunges with teeth that weren't in his character model 5 minutes ago. Some swordsman yells and holds his sword aloft like, that helps against what is essentially a walking patch note. A robed figure holds a staff against a charging army, and the composition screams, "This is my last stand before the cutscene kills me." The battlefield gets Korean text overlay, like someone activated subtitles for the apocalypse. A hand throws up the rock-on gesture in front of marching soldiers, which is either morale-boosting or the most metal surrender signal I've ever seen. Then a fist erupts with green energy, and the shockwave says, "Your block button is decorative." Green light. More green light. Even more green light. The artist has discovered one color and is absolutely committing to the bit. The environment cracks, the architecture weeps, and somewhere a colorist is crying into their tablet because Emerald Hellscape was not in the original mood board. The mustache man screams toward heaven as green energy erupts from his head like his brain just got a forced firmware update. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the blast, surrounded by fallen soldiers who definitely did not read the boss's attack patterns. The cloaked figure unleashes more green energy because apparently the meter was still charging and nobody thought to check the cooldown. An older man lies pierced by green light, whispering, "It can't be with the exact energy of someone who just checked their bank account after a gacha pull." A goateed man speaks condescendingly about country laborers and their eyes, which is rich coming from someone whose entire aesthetic is villain who shops at the same tailor as the hero. And then, ancient gaunt figure, glowing green eyes, long white beard. The game just dropped a secret boss that wasn't in the promotional materials. 3 silhouettes appear in golden light with the text, "The Three Monsters," which is either a title drop or the most aggressive spoiler warning I've seen in a manhwa. Then the 5 Pinnacles shows up with a child in front, because nothing says peak martial powers like bringing a minor to the god tier convention. A lone man with a horse walks through the battlefield because even the background NPCs have better survival instincts than the named characters. The cloaked observer watches from the shadows, taking notes for what I can only assume is a very unhinged Yelp review. And the green light from the sky bathes everything, and the glow of this server is shutting down for maintenance, and your progress is not being saved. The Elder's hollow eyes glare with the energy of someone who's seen the source code and found it wanting. Then he grins with every tooth his dentist warned him about. A figure in green stands over 2 defeated individuals and says, "This should be enough to teach them how vast the world truly is. Sir, they are currently being educated by direct application of green energy to their everything. The lesson plan is not the issue." The old man's eyes go wide with that specific expression of someone who just realized the tutorial boss was hiding a second health bar. Then the green hits, and whatever's inside Dongbong-su decides to clock in for its shift. Danri Cheonwoo's face contorts like he just read his own bounty poster, and then the smoke show begins. Green tendrils spiral into the sky with the theatrical flair of a K-pop stage reveal, except the comeback concept is ancient eldritch horror. The thing with the green eyes and the dental plan from hell lunges forward, and Dang-O responds by throwing hands that glow with the energy of someone who absolutely did not expect to use his ultimate this early. This is what happens when you bring a psychopath to a horse negotiation. Cut to the aftermath, and Dang-O is now conducting the most aggressive job interview in Murim history. He wants the stable boy, and the Danri clan's objections are being processed at roughly the speed of a man being stared at by something that eats souls for meal prep. The negotiation basically goes, Dang-O says, "I'm taking him." Danri Cheonwoo calculates the social damage of saying no to a man who just witnessed his personal demon, and the math comes out to please take him, Senior Tang. Our boy just got traded for a horse and a letter of recommendation. Meanwhile, the Danri clan is having the worst field trip ever. Danri Genghae is screaming into the void like his subscription to normalcy just got cancelled, and Dang-O's grin says he absolutely knows what he just acquired. That smile is the "I pulled the limited card" face, except the card is a clinically insane stable boy with an inventory full of corpses. They ride out, and our protagonist gets his first moment of stillness since reincarnation. He sits in the dark, clenching his fists, probably running the numbers on how many people in this caravan he could kill before breakfast. The inventory system hums in his head like a second conscience that absolutely does not judge. Then the red eye activates, and we get the flashback that explains why this man treats murder like a spreadsheet. Modern Korea. A vigilante who carves letters into children's faces and calls it justice. Dongbong-su hunting him with the patience of someone who has absolutely no emotional investment in the outcome, which is exactly what makes him terrifying. Back in the present, and Dang Hua is knocking on doors like the world's most reluctant hotel service. She leads him to a room with a dragon mural that screams important ritual happens here, and the atmosphere shifts from road trip to we're about to perform surgery on your soul. Please sign the waiver. Dang-o orders him to strip and sit cross-legged, which is either the start of a cultivation breakthrough or the most uncomfortable spa day imaginable. The old man's yellow eyes rake over Dongbong Su's frame with the clinical assessment of a butcher inspecting meat, and his grin says he likes what the lack of meridians implies. No acupoints, no key pathways, just a blank canvas for whatever forbidden technique he's about to test drive. The needles come out, and Dang-o starts monologuing about oranges and trifoliate oranges, which is murim code for I'm about to rebrand your entire existence. The full moon watches through the window like it's subscribed to this channel. The masked figure meditates, and the text asks the question we all know the answer to. If the orange is so Sam, then what does the trifoliate orange become? And then the room explodes with light. Dang Hua recoils as something massive and toothy manifests in the dragon tapestry's shadow, and the old man's grin goes full predator. The thing roars, the eye glows crimson, and we are left staring into the maw of whatever Dang-o just unlocked. Achievement unlocked, Dang Sam. The grass-cutting demon has entered the server, and the patch notes just got a whole lot bloodier. The old man starts monologuing about cosmic sacred bones and once-in-a-millennium talents like he's reading from a cultivation gotcha pull rate table. Our boy listens with the enthusiasm of someone who has already checked out of this conversation mentally. The ultimate material, apparently, is something the old man simply stumbled upon, which is the most suspicious humblebrag in murim history. Our protagonist's eye twitches with the kind of skepticism that usually precedes someone getting stabbed. Flashback to a gaunt figure floating in void, looking up at nothing with a 1,000-yard stare of someone who has seen the back end of the universe and wasn't impressed. This is apparently what peak talent looks like. Depression and floating. Then we're treated to a demonic family reunion with glowing purple eyes and enough ominous energy to power a small city. The old man declares the future of the Tang clan rests in his hands, which is exactly what someone says right before their plan spectacularly backfires. Golden needle sparking against chest. Sinister grin. The whole package screams medical malpractice with intent. Dang-o asks if our boy intends to accept the Tang family surname, and the way he phrases it makes it sound less like an offer and more like a threat with paperwork. The old man clarifies that our boy isn't a full clan member yet, which is the murim equivalent of you're in the friend zone but make it hereditary. He might die during the process. The panel asks if he still wishes to proceed, and our protagonist's red eyes say what his mouth doesn't. That smile is doing heavy lifting in the unsettling department. Dang-o announces he'll perform the Great Reformation Ritual, which sounds like a software update that bricks your system. Dang-hua gets ordered to stand guard, looking like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. The ritual space looks like someone turned a acupuncture clinic into a horror movie set. Green energy tendrils everywhere, spectral weapons floating like bad interior design choices. Dang-o crackles with power and announces he shall begin, which is never something you want to hear from a man holding that many needles. Golden object descends toward our boy's head, and he looks up with the pure terror of someone who just realized this isn't a job interview. Needles pierce his back in patterns that would make a acupuncture textbook weep. The system window flickers in his vision like a glitching heads-up display during a boss cutscene. Danri Qianwu sweats bullets watching this, which is your first sign that maybe this procedure isn't FDA approved. Dang-o clutches his own forehead in distress like he's getting secondhand pain through Wi-Fi. Lightning crackles around the needle bed because apparently regular electricity wasn't dramatic enough. Then the centipedes arrive. Because of course they do. Nothing says ancient medical rituals like a swarm of poisonous insects and one giant glowing nightmare worm. Dang-o holds one on a stick like he's presenting the world's worst appetizer. The panel helpfully notes this is a lethal poison developed from the Tang clan's fourth secret art, in case you thought it was just a regular centipede. The centipede goes into our boy's ear. I repeat, into the ear. This is body horror with a medical license. Dang-o threatens to tear him to pieces so no one else can, which is the most aggressive patient confidentiality statement I've ever heard. The ritual completes, and the shadow figure declares it done with the satisfaction of someone who just finished assembling IKEA furniture with extra screws left over. Our boy is no longer the cripple from the Danry clan. He's Tang Sam now, which sounds like a discount brand but apparently means to cut down demons like mowing grass. Dang-O grins with manic intensity, clearly pleased with his new science project. The name gets stamped on our protagonist like a warranty he never asked for. Our boy screams. Dang Hua stands with arms crossed, unimpressed, like she's seen this exact employee onboarding before. But then, blue energy erupts from our protagonist's hand, blood and power mixing in a release that says whatever they just put inside him is already fighting to get out. Blood-covered robed figure unleashing energy, sharp teeth grinning in close-up. Our boy screaming through the pain like he's downloading a system update directly to his nervous system. The patch notes just dropped, and they are not optional. The violence arrives without warning. A wet crunch of impact, blood painting the walls like someone got overzealous with interior decorating. A cloaked figure lunges through the carnage while a white-haired man reaches out, already too late to stop what's coming. A masked assailant with a blade steps into the gore, surprised by the scene, while the survivor demands answers with the desperate energy of someone who just watched their life expectancy drop to zero. A cloaked figure with glowing eyes watches from the shadows like a spectator who paid for premium seats. The swordsman in black unleashes a shadowy attack that fills the chamber with darkness, and suddenly, we're not in a martial arts story anymore, we're in a horror game with the brightness settings broken. A blonde figure conjures pink energy around their hand like they're charging a very aggressive skincare routine, then draws steel with the casual menace of someone who does this before breakfast. The fight erupts proper. Purple blade against shadow form, energy clashing like two rival DJs drop the bass at the same time. A monstrous figure with glowing white eyes and spiky hair glares through the pink haze, looking less like a person and more like a final boss that skipped the second phase entirely. Someone's surprised face gets illuminated by the glow, and that someone is definitely rethinking their career choices. The white-haired man grins maliciously, holding his glowing pink sword like it's a trophy he won for being the worst person in the room. Then the shadow figure speaks, and I quote the spirit of the line, not the exact wording that would get this video demonetized, essentially calling him weak in terms that would make a gaming lobby blush. The swordsman in purple responds with another burst of pink energy, because apparently we're doing a color-coded damage type system now. The shadowy figure swings that purple blade in a wide arc, cutting through the air with enough force to make physics file a complaint. A warrior in black leaps through the grand hall surrounded by swirling energy, because why walk when you can dramatically launch yourself at problems? Then the scene shifts wider. A lone figure leaps through a vortex of pink energy above ruined city streets, and the shadow figure unleashes a purple blast that illuminates the devastation like the world's worst fireworks show. The shadowy figure with glowing white eyes lunges forward, blade swirling with dark light, while someone looks on in disbelief, the kind of surprise that says, I did not prepare for this difficulty spike. A massive purple energy blast erupts with sharp angular streaks, and at this point the background artist is just drawing abstract destruction and hoping nobody notices. The shadow figure erupts in dark energy and purple light, lunging with the kind of power that makes you check if your screen's brightness is broken. A monstrous figure unleashes a glowing attack that would need its own content warning, while a small dark figure with spiky hair fights amidst black tendrils in a grand building. The architecture budget clearly went to ornates rather than structurally sound during demonic combat. The blonde man in purple looks shocked and disgusted, which is fair because his outfit is now definitely ruined. An older man with a beard sits stoically and speaks of mad clouds like it's a reunion he didn't RSVP for. An elderly man with graying beard looks upward with pained exhaustion, the face of someone who's seen this episode before and knows the season finale doesn't get happier. Then a terrifyingly grinning figure with long graying hair lunges forward, face contorted in madness, while a pale-haired man on a throne speaks with sardonic familiarity about mad clouds still being the same. The tone shift from cosmic horror to awkward family reunion is giving me emotional whiplash. The pale-haired man grins menacingly, eyes narrowed in shadow, looking like he practiced this expression in a mirror until the mirror filed a complaint. An older man delivers orders to ashen shadows with the gravity of someone announcing a catering delivery, while a shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes and a sinister grin stares directly at us, breaking the fourth wall with the confidence of a K-pop idol during a fan call. Someone asks about the flickering shadow, which sounds less like a military operation and more like a lighting equipment malfunction. A blond man stands with arms crossed in a grand hall and names the target, the Namgung clan, delivered with the casualness of someone ordering takeout. The pale-haired man on his throne reacts with surprise. A wedding? And the tonal dissonance between mass murder and matrimony is so sharp you could cut yourself on it. A close-up of piercing blue eye suggests someone is very focused on making this the worst wedding reception in martial arts history. Bloody fingertips tap a wooden surface with the patience of someone waiting for their coffee order, but what arrives is much worse than a latte. Dang-o, confirmed by the brown cloak and cold, piercing eyes, warns that the soul-hunting poisonous palm arrives in Anhui soon, and the grim man with blood-stained chest adds that their current forces won't be enough. The casual way they discuss being catastrophically outmatched suggests this is Tuesday for them. A muscular figure with crossed arms declares 5 shadows will be deployed, which sounds like a goth band announcing their tour dates. The blond man looks down questioning, seriously? And honestly, same. A shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes reassures that this should be more than enough, which in fiction is the exact phrase that guarantees it will not be nearly enough. I've seen this trope enough times to know we're getting a "we underestimated them" scene in about 3 chapters. Orders delivered. A man reports to an elder on a throne, while a dark figure faces away in the foreground. The composition screams someone's about to get betrayed. We just don't know which side yet. The pale-haired man sits regally with his sword, bloodstains and all, looking like he murdered his way to middle management and has no regrets. Then shadowy energy erupts from a fist with intense force, and someone looks surprised as sharp lines radiate outward, the visual equivalent of, "Oh, that was the signal, wasn't it?" A bloody, disheveled man sits slumped, covering his eyes, the universal posture of someone who just read the group chat. Another figure points with blood-splattered robes and calls out "jealouses" in the most passive-aggressive assassination planning session I've ever witnessed. The gray-haired man stands with his back to us. Speaking of the shifting shadow becoming a hero of the orthodox faction and snagging Anhui's top beauty as his bride. And then the old man screams in anguish, eyes wide and unfocused, because apparently the wedding announcement hit harder than the actual violence. Fingers snap with a small burst of energy, the universal sound of someone's getting fired, and by fired, I mean executed. The gray-haired man gestures while ordering the room cleaned and the filth removed, which, in this context, definitely means bodies. Then, the real kicker. Kill every guard who was on duty today, because nothing says healthy workplace cultures like mass termination with extreme prejudice. The pale-skinned man with blood-splattered purple robe stands looking down, neutral as a spreadsheet, while an older man bows in understanding. The hierarchy of violence here is so casual, it's almost bureaucratic. A lone figure stands on a balcony overlooking a city illuminated by countless lanterns under a full moon, the kind of shot that makes you forget this is a murder conspiracy and not a tourism brochure. The grand, multi-tiered pagoda glows against misty mountains, and I have to respect the aesthetic commitment to looking pretty while planning atrocities. If you're going to orchestrate a clan massacre, at least have the decency to do it with atmospheric lighting. Close-up of smug blue eyes looking down, the expression of someone who just checked their stocks and everything's green, except the green is other people's blood. A sinister wide smile with sharp teeth bared, and I need to know what dental plan covers that kind of maintenance. The camera pulls back to a sprawling village under full moon and starry sky, and the contrast between this peaceful image and what we know is coming feels like the narrative equivalent of a jump scare in slow motion. A vast army marches forward at dusk, with banners flying. City, visible in the distance. The kind of shot that makes you mutter, "Oh, they're not sending a scout team. They're sending everyone." An older man with white hair leads riders toward gathered soldiers under twilight sky. Speaking with the resigned energy of someone who knows the overtime pay isn't worth this. An elderly man and young woman in a conical hat ride through camp at dusk, and the generational pairing suggests either mentorship or "we're so desperate we're bringing interns to the war crime." Either way, the Namgung clan's wedding is about to have some very uninvited guests, and the RSVP is written in blade and shadow. The Namgung clan estate is throwing a wedding festival so lavish it could fund a small kingdom, complete with lion dancers and paper lanterns that float into the sky like the clan's budget just said, "We're not checking the receipts." Meanwhile, outside the gates, emaciated villagers are begging for rice with empty bowls, and the guards respond with the warmth of a customer service chatbot that just learned what no means. One guard gets so angry at the concept of charity that he starts swinging a pole around, and our boy watches from the crowd like he's updating his mental spreadsheet of people who need to experience consequences. The beggars get beaten down hard enough that someone shouts "brothers" with the kind of desperation that usually precedes a revenge arc, but our protagonist is not here for the heroic rescue timing. Enter Do Hyo. Okay, walking through this chaos with the serenity of a man who either planned the wedding or planned something much worse, and an elder rushes to explain that it's just some beggars gathering like that's a weather report. Do Hyo. Oak smiles with the kind of perfect facial symmetry that screams, "I had work done in a dimension without ethics," then offers his hand to the desperate crowd like he's running for office in hell. He tells them there should be leftovers since the wedding's still days away, which is the most condescending form of generosity possible, and our boy watches this performance with the emotional investment of a man reviewing a restaurant he already knows is getting 1 star. Cut to the aftermath of some other violence. A lone warrior standing over fallen soldiers in front of an ornate gate, which, in this series, is basically the loading screen between social events. An elder starts recounting the legend of the Thunderblade Emperor with the enthusiasm of a fanboy at his first concert, getting so worked up about ancient martial arts that he nearly punches the air. Someone bumps into an old man who then gets struck by an unseen force, and the Korean sound effect for this impact is doing more storytelling than most side characters in this genre. A hand covers a terrified man's face, an elderly figure gets struck with a pa'ak that I will not attempt to pronounce, and then this grizzled old man with intense eyes growls, "Move, you're in!" with the urgency of someone who knows the buffet line is about to close. Danri Cheonwoo arrives with his magnificent white beard flowing like he's cosplaying as wisdom itself, and immediately starts bowing to people with the energy of a man who knows he's about to cause diplomatic incidents. Then some old man with white hair and a goatee starts roaring with his mouth wide enough to see his dental work, and asks if he's come to a place where he doesn't belong, which is the most aggressive way to announce you're not on the guest list. A cloaked figure tries to calm down Senior Tang, and Do Hyo Okay steps in with his perfect symmetry face to introduce himself, which is like watching a Photoshop filter try to negotiate with a hurricane. Dango, because of course it's Dango, confronts the crowd demanding to know who made him come all this way, then delivers the coldest assessment possible, excellent, but that's all, which is the martial arts equivalent of "you tried." Do Hyo Okay looks surprised that his perfect face didn't earn a perfect review, and Dango says it would have been better if they'd met earlier, but seeing him today is a bit something he doesn't finish, which is somehow more devastating than any insult. Someone draws a sword. Panic eyes appear in close-up, and our boy Dongbong Soo is watching all of this with the dead-eyed neutrality of a man who's seen enough power plays to know this is barely the tutorial boss of political drama. A blue holographic display flickers before someone's face like the system is buffering, and our protagonist realizes this means he's looking at a high-level enemy, which, for him, is less runaways and more update the threat assessment spreadsheet. A surprised ponytail guy looks back with sweat beading on his forehead. Then 2 pairs of intense red eyes stare from darkness, and someone states that every human has some asymmetry, which is either profound philosophy or the most passive-aggressive way to call someone fake. Demonic red eyes stare from shadow. Then we see swords embedded in a palace roof like someone decided architectural decoration should also function as a threat display, and the whole scene screams, "This clan has unresolved issues with interior design." The grand palace stairs lead up to architecture so imposing, it probably has its own gravitational pull, with 3 swords standing upright in the foreground like the world's most aggressive welcome mat. An elder explains, "These are the swords of former leaders," while a golden eye peers from white fur, and 2 men on the grand staircase have a conversation that starts with, "Here a moment, I'll go inside," and forget which is the most relatable admin error in martial arts history. Boots ascend stairs with sound effects doing the heavy lifting. A lone robed figure stands on the grand staircase with hands clasped like he's posing for an album cover, and the ornate interior reveals itself with the kind of detail that says, We spent the budget here instead of on the beggars outside. Two figures face each other on a patterned carpet in a grand hall. Someone calls out, "Uncle," with surprise. That suggests family reunions in this clan are usually more violent, and feet prepare to fight on that same rug which is about to need professional cleaning. Danri Chionwoo greets someone with, "Welcome, uncle. It's been quite a while," in the warm tones of a man who definitely remembers exactly what happened last time, while another elder grimaces that seeing a clan leader come running out like this is a sight he didn't need. A close-up of rough textured skin and coarse hair transitions to someone laughing. Ha ha ha! You haven't changed a bit with the kind of hearty amusement that in this genre always precedes either a hug or a hidden dagger. And then we get intense dark eyes from a blonde woman who is definitely taking mental notes. A woman watches two men arguing from behind like she's calculating the drama to entertainment ratio. Another woman with an elaborate floral hairpiece turns away with an "ah" of recognition. And then Donghua appears with her owl-like eyes and twin buns smiling. It's been a while. Hua, like she's about to bias wreck this entire wedding arc. Namgung Hai gets hit with the "you've become even more beautiful" compliment from Danghua, who is absolutely flirting in the most chaotic way possible. And then Tonghua introduces herself with, "Should I call you brother-in-law?" which is either polite or a threat depending on how you read the tone. A blonde woman blushes with a kind of full-body embarrassment that suggests she's never been called brother-in-law before. Someone laughs. I like the sound of that with the enthusiasm of a person who enjoys chaos. And another woman covers her face muttering, "My goodness. This girl's like she's watching a twice variety show go off script." Deng Hua clutches her forehead in distressed embarrassment, while a golden eye with intricate patterns catches the light. And then she asks, "Hua, who is this person?" while looking at someone off-panel with the sudden realization that the wedding just got a +1 who might be carrying concealed weapons. A lone man stands silhouetted against a bright window like he's auditioning for a mysterious figure who will definitely ruin this event. Two foreground figures watch him walk away with, he is trailing off. And then our boy steps forward to declare, "I am Tong Sam," with the confidence of someone who just equipped a legendary skin and is ready to see if the stats match the aesthetic. A man in green and gold robes stands stoically like he's buffering. Two women react with varying degrees of who invited the walking red flag, and Do Hyo Ok smiles broadly with Tong Sam. "It's a pleasure to meet you," which is the most dangerous sentence anyone has said to our protagonist since he arrived in this world. Because that smile has, "I know something you don't" written all over its perfectly symmetrical face. Namgung Hai and Danghua are still processing the whole brother-in-law situation when the men decide to excuse themselves for drinks, because nothing says "secure the perimeters" like leaving two women alone with a man whose smile belongs on a predator awareness poster. Do Hyo Oki volunteers to grab liquor with the enthusiasm of someone who definitely has a secondary objective, and our boy Dongbong Soo watches him go with the expression of a man who just spotted the tutorial boss walking away to activate a cutscene. The spirit eye kicks in, and Dongbong Soo's internal heads-up display starts screaming red flags. 5 enemies, level difference of 10 or more, on this boat, right now. The system basically turned into that one friend who sees your ex at the party and starts physically pulling your sleeve. Do Hyo-ok returns with the liquor and an apology that sounds rehearsed by someone who definitely practiced it in a mirror, and Dongbong Soo clocks the timing like he's running a stopwatch on a speedrun. The gap between "went to get drinks" and actual threat deployment is suspiciously tight. Golden Bud liquor gets poured with the ceremonial gravity of a man trying to poison someone politely, and Dongbong Soo accepts the cup while his spirit eye is doing the math on exactly how many ways this drink could be compromised. Spoiler. The number is not 0. Dongbong Soo fakes illness with the theatrical commitment of a K-drama second lead and excuses himself to look around, which in his internal subtitles translates to "conduct tactical reconnaissance on the 5 high-level hostiles currently sharing this boat with us." The men cannot take a bathroom break without it becoming a stealth mission. He finds a storage room and lets the spirit eye do its thing, and the readout is basically a horror movie trailer. 5 enemies. Level difference 10+. The fact they haven't attacked yet means they're waiting for something, and Dongbong-soo is now trapped between Dang-o on one side and an enemy squad on the other, playing the world's most lethal game of social deduction. The internal monologue hits different here. Rock and Hard Place doesn't begin to cover it when one side is the soul-seeking poison hand, and the other is a coordinated kill squad. And the only thing keeping him alive is that neither faction knows he's the actual threat in the room. The psychopath's privilege, being underestimated until it's far too late. Cut to the enemy squad making their move, and Kwang-won is not here for insubordination. The scar on his left cheek catches the torchlight as he reminds his subordinates that the wedding is imminent and perimeter checks are non-negotiable, which is villain. Speak for I will murder you for asking questions. The Heavenly Demon Castle management style is not employee-friendly. The guards are sweating because their squad leader has that specific energy, the one that makes you update your resume while actively dying. Kwang-won asks if they're disobeying him with the tone of a man who already knows the answer and has prepared the consequences, and the rookie's face does the emotional equivalent of a blue screen of death. The violence escalates with the casual inevitability of a gotcha pull going wrong. Kwang-won doesn't just punish dissent, he turns it into a team-building exercise through terror. And the spectral attack he unleashes is the kind of visual that makes you grateful this man is not your middle manager. The rookie learns a valuable lesson about workplace hierarchy that he will absolutely not survive to apply. Back on the boat, the atmosphere has shifted from scenic wedding venue to active war zone without anyone formally announcing the change in programming. Dongbong-soo is calculating angles while Dang-o sits oblivious to the external threat, which creates the comedic tension of a man trying to defuse a bomb while his mentor discusses tea pairings. The enemy makes their entrance with the theatrical flair of a Missimo stage reveal. Except instead of choreo, they brought blades, and instead of fan chants, they brought murder. The swordsman reflected in the water is not here for the open bar. And Dongbong-soo watches the reflection with the patience of a man who has already planned 3 exits and 4 counter-ambushes. Fast mode. The attack hits like a comeback stage drop. White eyes. Gleaming blade. The kind of lunge that makes you check if your health bar is even still there. Screams. Agony. The sound design in the Korean edition has exactly 2 syllables for this moment, and our protagonist is now intimately acquainted with both of them through his sternum. The aftermath is not pretty. Blood in the water, severed limbs doing the backstroke, and someone asking what the hell this is with the desperate energy of a person who definitely did not read the event description before RSVPing. The Heavenly Demon Castle does not do subtle. They do not do quiet. They do maximum damage with minimum warning, and the boat is now a crime scene. The assassin with the torch leaps the carnage like he's clearing a hurdle at the Olympics, and the cruelty on his face is not performative. This is professional enjoyment. The wounded stumble through water that used to be scenic and is now evidence, and Dongbong-soo is somewhere in this chaos, watching, calculating, waiting for the exact moment to reveal that the prey on this boat was never who they thought it was. And somewhere in the dark, a body hits the floor with the soft finality of a patch note, deleting a feature nobody asked for, while Dongbong-soo's eyes catch the lantern light with the clear, cold patience of a man who has already decided the order in which everyone here will die. The swordsman lunges through the mist like he owns the place, which is a bold claim for someone about to learn the room's actual owner. Blue energy erupts from his blade in a display that screams, "I have main character syndrome and no health insurance." He snarls something about brats while his sword clashes against, well, nothing visible yet, which is always a bad sign in murim. The kanji floating around him would look cooler if he weren't clearly the tutorial boss who just heard the boss music switch to someone else's theme. Dang-o steps into frame with that brown cloak energy, cold eyes doing the emotional labor of 10 normal characters. He accuses someone of using the soul-hunting poisonous palm like he's reading a receipt, and the terrified kid in the foreground is having the appropriate reaction to being in a room with 2 apex predators. Some warrior absolutely loses his composure, screaming about warriors being skewered like meat and how this definitely isn't for the sake of the clan. The sarcasm is so thick you could spread it on toast, and honestly, valid. Nothing says corporate restructuring like finding your coworkers on pikes. The cloaked figure with the scythe finally reveals himself, and let me tell you, the Grim Reaper cosplay is working. The kid's wide-eyed panic is the universal expression of, I picked a fight with the wrong save file. Then the slash comes, blue light, blood spray, and the sound effect that Korean manhwa uses when someone's Tuesday goes permanently wrong. Our guy's midair, blood flying everywhere like a Jackson Pollock painting, and he checks his health points like he's refreshing a delivery app. The kick that follows is pure disrespect. He's not even using his sword anymore, he's just bullying this man with basic martial arts. The white arc of his blade cuts through the watery darkness, and somewhere, a game designer is crying because someone broke the intended difficulty curve. The enemy laughs about our guy being unarmed, which is the classic villain mistake right before the inventory system gets involved. The lunge that follows is less fair duel, and more predator recognizing prey that hasn't figured out the food chain yet. He falls into dark water with a sound effect that translates roughly to skill issue, and, honestly, the game user interface would agree. The horizontal slash comes with a call-out like, "This is a fighting game combo," and the teeth on that masked figure are doing entirely too much emotional labor. Shadowy figure with glowing white eyes lunges forward, which in murim visual language means, I am not the final boss, but I am absolutely someone's nightmare fuel. The sword vanishes again because, of course it does, our guy's inventory system is basically creative mode at this point. The terror in those eyes says, the sword vanished, like it's a magic trick. But this is less tada, and more, you're already dead. A massive blue symbol crashes down from above, shattering the environment like the system itself is intervening. And the monstrous figure looming over our guy raises an arm that definitely has cutscene kill energy. This is what happens when you aggro a player who min-maxed for psychological warfare. Explosion in space, debris flying toward a glowing moon, and somewhere a narrative designer is wondering how we got from sword fight to cosmic scale. The determined face under that night sky has seen things. Specifically, he's seen his own health points bar and decided violence is the only acceptable response. Then the punch lands, blood splatter on his nose, and the sound effect is just paw, like the universe itself is too stunned to make a full noise. A wounded man flung against stone walls while another watches. This is not a rescue, this is a performance review with fatal consequences. The panicked "don't tell me" is the exact moment someone realizes their build is completely wrong for this encounter. Then the monstrous figure collapses, gasping, and our guy delivers the line we all knew was coming. You're at your limit, aren't you? It's not a question, it's a patch note. The status screen glows with Korean text, hovering like the system is personally invested in this man's suffering. Health points bars, level indicators, the whole role-playing game interface floating in a cavern that definitely doesn't have Wi-Fi. Our guy stares at his stats with the intensity of someone checking if he finally hit the level threshold for that skill he's been grinding, and the red-eye close-up says he absolutely did, and someone is about to regret the server maintenance. Those bloodshot eyes are not the eyes of someone who plans to negotiate. The masked figure's roar is pure guttural rage, the kind that comes from realizing you've been the side quest this whole time. Our guy lunges forward anyway, because of course he does. His psychopath brain doesn't have a retreat keybind. It only has optimize and escalate. The blue energy attack silhouettes him against blinding light, and that glowing otherworldly eye is doing things no human eye should do. More energy, more blood, more of that specific murim aesthetic where power levels are measured in how much of the panel can we fill with particle effects. The contorted face with glowing white eyes is giving final form unlocked energy, except this isn't his final form, this is just Tuesday. The kick lands in a rain of blood and debris, and the falling body is accompanied by a sound effect that really drives home the you are not getting up from this energy. The menacing figure lunges again because murim villains have exactly one strategy: escalate until physically impossible. Then the severed arm, the collapse into blood, and the realization that this fight has moved from combats to war crime documentation. The glowing blue eye close-up is doing that thing where anime characters become so angry they achieve enlightenment. Then the grin, wild hair, glowing red eyes, blue light from his open mouth like he's about to drop the most unhinged mixtape in murim history. You, son of a, is the last thing someone says before they learn that interrupting a psychopath's level-up animation was never going to end well for them. Hwai Young stands in that forest with blood-soaked everything, Mask doing the heavy lifting of, I am a named character and you should remember me. The impaled head on the spear next to him is less trophies and more performance review summary. Concise, brutal, and definitely not open to appeal. This is what the silver-naked demon does between naps, apparently. The wounded figure bathed in blue light is either ascending or being patched by the system. Hard to tell with this user interface, honestly. Then, that lone figure overlooking the illuminated city, beam of light shooting skyward from its center. That's not a victory celebration. That's a signal. And somewhere, someone who thought they were the protagonist just got a notification that the real main quest started without them. The Donri clan is burning, and our boy is nowhere in the frame, which means he's either already inside the building, or he's the reason the building needs a renovation permit. Donri Chun-woo stands there with his splendid white beard looking like he just got a quest notification he didn't ask for. Masked figures everywhere. Because nothing says covert operation, like matching uniforms and dramatic entrances. The real star is this shadowy figure with glowing white eyes wielding a sword that probably has its own lore entry. That's the energy you bring to a clan meeting when you want to discuss zoning violations. Somebody didn't make it. The blood-splattered floor and the Korean sound effect that I will absolutely not attempt to pronounce tell us everything. This man died with his eyes wide open, which in murim terms means he saw who killed him and still couldn't process the matchup. Storm clouds over desolate landscape because the weather system in this world runs on dramatic irony. Cut to a young woman with hair covering her face and blood on her lip, the classic, "I survived, but at what cost?" framing. The dark energy tendrils over the water suggest someone ordered the deluxe curse package with express shipping. Enter the shirtless blonde man in a purple robe, looking smug under the full moon. Every villain thinks they're the main character, until they meet someone who actually is. He's standing over a body saying, "Tixk, what a waste of time," which is rich coming from a man whose entire aesthetic is, "I shop at the same tailor as every other mid-boss in this genre." Our cloaked figure is doing math. The flickering shadow wouldn't send such a blatant signal like that. This is the murim equivalent of checking your spam folder and realizing the assassination attempt was actually a phishing scam. He walks through the dark forest anyway, because curiosity killed the cat, and this man has never met a cat he didn't outlive. 3 men react to a torch flare like they just saw their browser history projected on a stadium screen. Blood on the walls, stylized characters dripping down brick. Someone left a message in what I can only describe as aggressively red penmanship. The walkers scrawled in what is definitely not washable ink. This is interior decorating by someone who failed anger management. Elders gather around the flickering torch doing the "who could have done this" routine, as if the answer isn't obviously the person who can write in blood and disappear without a footprint. One of them actually says, "I don't know either, but one thing is for certain," which is the most senior citizen way to admit you're out of your depth while pretending you have a plan. The palace complex at night looks like someone rendered it on a graphics card that costs more than my rent. Donri Chun-woo strokes his beard and gives orders about increasing patrol frequency. Because the wedding is coming up, nothing says happy occasion like tripling the armed guards and hoping nobody asks why. 2 men yell at a third while he hunches over like he's calculating whether retirement is an option. Someone shouts, "Yes, clan leader!" with the enthusiasm of a fast food worker who just got asked to work a double. Then we get the reveal. The full moon refers to the wedding day, which means this whole blood message situation is actually a calendar invite written in homicide. An elderly man with a tall hat and stern expression. The kind of face that says, "I have opinions about your life choices, and they're all negative." Then the camera drops low for a snarling, ancient bearded man who looks like he invented anger and patented it. Cut to a pagoda against blue sky, because even in the middle of political crisis, someone remembered to schedule the architecture shots. A fist slams wood with shockwave energy. Someone's having a productive meeting. Donri Chun-woo bows respectfully with large orange kanji overlaid because nothing says tense negotiation like decorative typography. Then he sits alone looking contemplative, which is elder. Speak for, "I just realized my entire security apparatus runs on nepotism and prayer." Namgung Jung's fist is clenched so tight his knuckles are auditioning for a bone density commercial. Firmament sword, unit energy. Some bearded man is shouting about doubting the future son-in-law based on some cryptic poem, which in murim politics is like saying, I don't trust this guy because his horoscope was suspicious. Another voice warns, the entire murim will laugh at the Namgung clan. And honestly, given the wedding guest list, they're already laughing. 3 men around a table, one speaking with actual sound waves drawn coming out of his mouth. That's how you know he's serious. They paid for the visual effect. A gray-haired man clasps his hands and says he has a different opinion than the firmament unit leader, which is the political equivalent of, respectfully, you're wrong, and I have documentation. An older scholar type reads a scroll while 2 others watch, because nothing solves a crisis like peer review. A finger points to scroll characters. Anyone can see that walker, which is the most ominous way to refer to someone who probably just walks places. Someone reacts with, what did you say? In full shock, because apparently walker is the murim equivalent of a slur against your entire bloodline. Then this enraged bearded man shouts with his mouth so wide you could park a carriage in it, that's the, I will die on this hill, and take the hill with me's energy. Someone starts with the intruder, and you already know this sentence ends badly. Namgung Byuk in his blue robes confirms the obvious. Someone sneaked into the great Namgung clan, which is supposed to be harder than getting a reservation at that restaurant everyone pretends to like. Then we see a cloaked figure standing before skeletons in a blood-splattered chamber, and suddenly, the wedding planner's job description got a lot more complicated. A man with long, unkempt hair leans forward with serious energy. Their goal wasn't just to infiltrate, kill someone, or spy on us. He's building to something worse. And you can tell because his ring finger has a ring that probably costs more than the GDP of a small province. Someone else asks if they should arrest. Do Hyo Ok based on a baseless claim, which is the can we cancel the wedding because of a Yelp review's defense, technically valid, socially catastrophic. An older man with a top knot yells furiously at a younger man standing calm in the background. That's the I am screaming and you are processing dynamic that defines every productive workplace. Another enraged man points accusingly while shouting if this really is a frame-up, which is the legal equivalent of I'm not saying you're guilty, but I'm definitely saying it. Then someone finally says, that's enough. And you know they mean it because they've got the gray hair of someone who's said that's enough at least 400 times before. Danri Chun, Wu strokes his beard thoughtfully again. That's his entire character animation budget right there, stroking and looking up. He admits the intruder is suspicious, as the firmament unit leader says, which is the diplomatic way of saying, you're not wrong. You're just not right enough to act on. A stern-faced man stares intensely forward, brow furrowed in concentration, probably calculating how many more meetings he can survive before faking his own death. 3 men around the big table, one confirming that's correct, with the enthusiasm of someone agreeing to terms and conditions without reading them. Then feet stomp on wood with dust flying. Someone's entering with authority, or possibly just very heavy shoes. A man in white robes bursts through a doorway, while another watches from a balcony, because nothing says urgent news, like destroying property to deliver it. A gaunt man with long hair tied back screams about scouts not returning. Out of all the members sent to scout, not a single one has returned. This is the we sent a group chat message and everyone left us on read of military disasters. The grim delivery from a cloaked figure confirms what we already suspected. The Namgung clan's reconnaissance team has achieved a 0% survival rate, which is technically a statistic but feels more like a warning label. Figures gather around the ornate table, because when your military is failing, the correct response is definitely more meetings. Donri Chun-woo leans in with hand on shoulder, asking, what do you make of this? That's the, I'm delegating my panic to you maneuver. A terrified man hunches over with wide eyes, doing his best impression of someone who just realized his pension is tied to this clan's survival. Then the smug grin from Shadow, it seems the Namgung clan, he starts, and you already know this sentence ends with someone else's problem becoming everyone else's problem. The mustache and beard combo screams in rage while a younger person watches with fearful eyes, generational trauma, visualized. Danri Chun-woo gasps in shock, his long white beard doing that thing where it almost has its own reaction animation. Someone shouts, what? What? By whom? Which is the fastest transition from confident to confused. I've seen since the last patch notes dropped. Chun-Woo covers his eyes in exasperation, naming the 18 waterways of the Yangtze like it's a restaurant reservation he definitely didn't make and absolutely has to honor. A fleet of boats sails toward a distant city under storm clouds. That's not a wedding procession, that's an invasion with nautical theme. Soldiers on deck discuss a treaty with a naval force that wouldn't come inland, which is the military equivalent of, "My ex promised they wouldn't show up to this party." Then someone furiously asks if there's even a group with that much manpower, followed by, "This makes no sense." And friend, when the characters start saying the plot out loud, you know we're operating on a higher difficulty than anyone prepared for. Two figures in ornate wood paneling, a third watching from behind. The "no, that" hangs in the air before someone says the worst thing. An older man with disheveled hair looks down in pure shock, the kind of face you make when the math finally mathses and you hate every number. Then, the pagoda under violent thunderstorm, lightning striking the sky above it because the universe looked at this wedding and said, "You know what this needs? Atmospheric trauma." Grand gate, with red lanterns, wide stone staircase, the kind of entrance that says, "Welcome to your funeral, refreshments in the back." A dark, imposing structure with glowing pink accents, because even the architecture is getting in on the "something is deeply wrong here" aesthetic. Then this man with messy black hair and a sinister smile, eyes slightly narrowed, looking like he just read the ending and liked it. He stands with head bowed in dark, ornate robes, sharp jawline catching the light. That's not a groom, that's a final boss doing his pre-credits scene, and the wedding hasn't even started yet. The Namgung clan estate sprawls under clouds that have no business being that bright for what's about to happen, and Do Hyo, Ake, stands there with his eyes closed like he's charging his villainy meter to full. His eyes snap open with that pained expression that screams, "Main character betrayed by the script," and blue energy starts crackling from his hands like he just unlocked a new form but forgot to read the terms of service. A blade pierces dark water, light explodes everywhere, and some poor figure gets struck so hard their body does that contorted, "I definitely didn't spec into durabilities" pose. Two shapes clash in the spray like the system just announced, a PvP event with no level cap. A sword swings with enough force to make the panel vibrate. Some terrified, red-eyed kid sweats through his own horror movie. And now, blasts across the screen like the director got tired of subtlety. A shadow figure lunges forward with glowing white eyes and that energy radiating outwards like Wi-Fi from hell. Energy erupts from dark water. A figure with wild black hair falls through a vortex of light like the tutorial boss just got demoted, and someone holds a glowing sword while announcing, "That was a close call," with the emotional delivery of a man ordering coffee. The fight kicks back into gear with blue energy strikes in a dark environment. A towering shadow figure stands in pouring rain like he's waiting for his Uber, and some wounded guy holds 3 blades from his hand because apparently regular sword grip is for casuals. A monstrous shadow crackles with lightning in a stormy cavern, and the whole scene looks like someone turned the brightness settings to cosmic horror. A shadowy figure's eyes glow intensely. A man lunges forward in mist, and a warrior silhouette gets engulfed in blinding blue light during a clash. The abstract energy blast in blue and white against black looks like what happens when you max out your graphics card and regret everything. Chaos erupts with blue blasts and blood splatters in a stormy environment. A figure in blue gets consumed by energy, with blood flying everywhere, and a silhouetted warrior with glowing eyes unleashes a blast amid lightning and gore. A sword flashes with brilliant energy, leaving light trails and blood. Then a figure lunges through the storm of blue and red like the color palette itself filed for emotional damage. A massive kanji dominates the foreground against a full moon and lightning-filled sky. Lightning strikes a cracked surface with that same character, and then violently through a stormy landscape. A fallen warrior lies in a pool of blood, and a massive, blood-dripping sword descends from above as lightning crackles around the body. The system just dropped the game over screen in the most cinematic way possible. A figure crackles with blue lightning from head to body like they just won the lottery, and the prize was electrocution. Someone exhales, "whew," at the stormy sky, and then declares, "Finally, I won," with the grim expression of a man who absolutely did not enjoy the process. That's the face of someone who speedran hard mode and aged 10 years in 10 minutes. A person in green robes stares at glowing hands while admitting meridians were only temporary, which is the most devastating post-buff realization since every gacha player ever. A young man looks up surprised at traditional architecture, and then the system interface appears with progress bars and dragon motifs like the devs finally remembered to add the user interface patch. Our guy looks right, with a slight smirk, and says, "A job change, huh?" Which is the calmest reaction to a class reset I've ever seen from someone who definitely didn't plan this build. Guards with torches stand in dark interiors while someone reflects that the last opponent was probably level 15 or 16. And then he covers his mouth with that grim expression, thinking, just when I thought I was getting stronger, this won't be easy. Bro just got his stat sheet and realized the downloadable content enemies scale with your trauma. A young man with messy hair and startled eyes clutches his chest like the system just sent him a push notification for existential dread. A massive army stands on a stone platform overlooking the sea with a wall behind them. Some ponytailed man looks forward with neutral expression in front of traditional architecture, and the whole scene shifts to bright blue sky with tiered roofs and mountains. The patch notes just added a whole new zone and didn't even warn us about the server merge. A long-haired man looks to the side with that subtle, knowing smirk, like he already read the spoilers. A ponytailed young man walks forward with soldiers marching behind him, and someone urgently speaks about alerting the shadows immediately while another commands hold on. A moment. Young Lord Do, a man in a long coat, approaches soldiers while another looks down, and then someone questions what the Boundless Sword unit leader is doing out at this hour. The answer is apparently causing problems on purpose, which is just standard non-player character behavior at this point. A close-up shows a man with dark hair and a slight smile, shadows obscuring his face like he's running a stealth build in broad daylight. Someone smiles and mentions hearing about a light to bless the wedding. A robed figure stands with hands clasped, looking down, and then light brown hair asks sarcastically if the investigation truly turned up a blessing. An older man with disheveled hair stares forward with startled eyes and gaping mouth. That's the face of someone who just realized the blessing was actually a threat with good marketing. A close-up on a man's intense glowing yellow eye with furrowed brow and rain or tears streaking across his face. Then soldiers stand at attention in front of a building while dark-robed figures hold small daggers behind their backs. A ponytailed young man looks up at the bright blue sky. A silhouette of long hair stands against that same brightness, and the whole sequence feels like someone about to make a decision that requires 3 save files worth of consideration. A group of uniformed men face away from the viewer, while someone declares, "I won't take no for an answer," which is negotiation, in the same way a raid boss negotiates with your health bar. Dark-robed figures stand solemnly in a courtyard. A shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing red eyes looms against blue sky with overhead, and a lone figure walks down a grand, ornate street while another observes from behind. Then a man with wide, terrified eyes stares forward in shock, his face partially obscured by shadow. The no was apparently not taken, and now we're all dealing with the consequences. A gaunt, wild-eyed man screams with tongue hanging out, clutching his head like his sanity just hit 0%, and then, "Do! Hail!" Oki himself shouts his own name in anger with blue and black action lines amplifying the rage. A massive glowing Korean character dominates against a burning city and vibrant sky. Then an indoor explosion showers debris as 2 figures react to the blast. The blessing has officially been upgraded to Apocalypse with typography, and nobody got the memo to evacuate. Soldiers stand at attention with swords while a blurry figure prepares to strike in the background. A wild-haired man looks up terrified at, "Of kings!" in a speech bubble, and then someone screams in anguish with mouth wide open and embers floating around him. A blond man looks on in shock as energy erupts from below, and a figure engulfed in blinding yellow light unleashes a blast while another observes. The patch notes just added "Divine Retribution" as a weather condition and set it to permanent. A man shouts, "Damn it!" with face contorted in anger and pain, then a wild-haired man grins maniacally as he unleashes torrents of yellow energy from his hands. Intense golden energy erupts, obscuring everything with blinding light. A figure in dark armor shatters surroundings with a yellow blast, and a lone warrior stands amidst cracked earth and swirling dust, unleashing a powerful attack with overhead. The devs definitely buffed the wrong class, and now the whole server is paying for it. A cloaked figure stands over a fallen opponent with glowing yellow symbols emanating from the cracked ground. A lone figure stands in the center of a bustling ancient city square surrounded by numerous people, and three men in traditional Korean attire react with shock to a distant figure amidst crumbling architecture with, "Good God, what on earth?" in the speech bubble. A masked figure with long braided ponytail looks back over their shoulder in a desolate, cracked stone environment. Someone just pulled the main character entrance emote, and the whole lobby is processing the lag. A severely wounded man screams in anguish with face contorted in pain and rage. Someone gasps for air amidst rubble with overhead, and a man in traditional clothing lies defeated on cracked stone with large stylized text obscuring the foreground. A bloodied man with disheveled hair and wide, terrified eyes looks up. The respawn point is apparently not working. The healers are on cooldown, and the whole party just discovered they're in a no-continue run. A bloodied man with wild matted hair stares forward with wide, panicked eyes and sweat beading on his forehead. Then a shadowy figure cloaked in yellow energy descends from above with overhead casting a menacing shadow. An older man with mustache grabs a bald man's shoulder shouting, "Take wait! Listen to me!" in distress. And a young man with his back to the viewer shouts angrily at someone off-panel with bright blue sky behind him. The tutorial: NPCs are officially in the endgame now and nobody equipped the right resistances. A terrified man in simple robes stumbles backward as a figure in ornate robes holding a sword advances. An older man with wide, panicked eyes reaches out shouting, "Stop this inst!" before getting interrupted by the universe's most predictable cutscene. A warrior slashes through the air, leaving a trail of blood against blue sky. A figure in dark robes lunges forward, leaving blood splatters as another reacts with surprise, "Oh?" And a terrified, scarred man looks up as blood splatters around him with shocked crowd below. The wedding guest definitely did not RSVP for this level of PvP. A man's head covered in blood is shown upside down as he screams in terror with shocked onlookers in the background. A panicked crowd surges forward shouting that young Lord Do has lost his mind while a lone figure stands silhouetted in the distance. And two men scream in terror urging everyone to run for their lives. Then a man with spiky hair and cracked skin grins manically, making a "come here" gesture with thumb and index finger. That's not a villain. That's a whole different genre of psychological damage wearing someone's face. An injured older man clutches his chest with face contorted in pain and desperation. A man with glowing yellow eyes and crazed smile unleashes crackling energy from his hands, and a person gets thrown backward amidst a massive explosion of yellow energy and debris in an outdoor courtyard. Then, a blinding flash of light emanates from the center, obscuring the figures within. The brightness settings didn't just break, they filed for divorce from the rest of the panel. Intense yellow lightning strikes crackle and spread across a dark, stormy sky. Then, a massive crackling lightning strike descends upon a crumbling ancient structure. A man with wide, terrified eyes gets caught in a massive explosion of yellow energy. A warrior in tattered robe unleashes torrents of golden energy from his hands surrounded by crackling lightning. And a character's wide, terrified eye stares out from a blinding golden aura surrounded by sharp, jagged energy lines. The Psychopath's Murim playthrough just hit the boss phase where the boss is also the server, and the server is on fire. A powerful golden energy blast erupts from a figure illuminating everything with intense light. A character with wide glowing eyes stares in shock as energy blast emanates from the left with overhead. And someone asks, "What exactly do you think you're doing?" with blonde hair and dark clothing looking up at the speech bubble. An elderly man with glowing green eyes and white beard points forward menacingly, surrounded by crackling green energy. And a figure in black robes holds a staff entwined with a snake emanating green energy. The answer to that question is apparently everything wrong, and the patch notes are going to need a whole new category of bug fixes. The man with wide, terrified eyes is getting absolutely cooked by golden energy, and the panel's giving us that this is fine. Energy except nothing is fine. An elder with glowing green eyes and a white beard points forward like he's casting a vote in the apocalypse, while some cloaked figure holds a scroll that definitely has terms and conditions energy. A wild-haired young man erupts in golden energy with a battle cry that says, "I skipped the tutorial and I'm not sorry." Then a green-clad warrior with white hair absolutely folds someone into the pavement. Two figures clash with green versus yellow energy in a cracked courtyard. Then some dude with glowing green veins screams like his Wi-Fi just died during a ranked match, and a golden spear impales a monstrous green creature that definitely did not read the patch notes. Green vein guy screams in agony while the panel decides that's the perfect time for a blinding explosion, and the battlefield gets lit up like someone turned on HDR mode in real life. A defeated man thanks the soul, hunting poisonous palms. Like that's a normal thing to say in casual conversation, while another figure looks up at the sky lamenting that the murim has become heartless lately. Buddy, we're past lately. This is just Tuesday. A shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing yellow eyes emerges from the dust like a bad dream that subscribed to premium. Some wounded individual roars through the pain with yellow energy crackling everywhere. And then a gaunt, spiky-haired man grins manically with arms outstretched, saying, "Isn't that just how the murim works?" No, sir. That is how you work, and we are terrified. A scarred man grins about the flying butterfly keys he's only heard rumors about, while a dark-haired young man watches a green energy vortex form and correctly identifies that someone's planning to run, observational skills that would hit different in a horror movie. A speech bubble says, "Found you with the energy of a Discord mod locating your IP," and then a green-clad figure unleashes a massive energy blast that strikes a distant smaller figure. Target acquisition complete, emotional damage pending. A muscular blonde man crackles with yellow lightning and a menacing grin. A shadowy green-eyed figure raises their hands surrounded by flying debris, and a glowing green sword gets held aloft amidst crackling lightning. Someone is having way too much fun with the particle effects budget. Yellow lightning strikes across a dark background illuminating debris. A golden energy blast shatters stone with a sound effect that definitely has 2 syllables in Korean. And from someone's perspective, a figure in black dodges a massive, blinding energy blast in a ruined indoor setting. The dodge animation is cleaner than my tax returns. A man screams, "Wah!" with the wide-eyed terror of someone who just realized the boss has a second phase, and a blonde woman stares forward with surprised eyes surrounded by crackling yellow lightning. She did not sign up for this difficulty spike. A dark-haired man grabs a surprised woman and they're both engulfed in bright yellow energy. "We're leaving carry," except neither of them consented to the exit strategy. An elderly man with white hair and glasses runs forward with shock and exertion. A close-up shows an intensely focused, wide yellow eye with radiating concentration lines. And a wounded man gets carried while another white-haired figure looks on in shock, calling out, "Tang Sam." The name drop hits like a bias, wrecking your entire timeline. An older man with white hair and a beard looks with surprise at a younger man. Then the same elder looks up with a pained expression saying, "Thank you, the gratitude hits different when you've just watched 3 buildings explode." An elder with a white beard screams in anguish looking up at a younger person with a temple complex in the background. A woman in green reaches out in distress while another figure looms over her. And then a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing green eyes looms against a bright blue sky. The tonal whiplash from family drama to horror movie in 3 panels flat. A monstrous shadowy figure with glowing yellow eyes and antler-like protrusions stands against a bright blue sky like a walking nightmare that got lost on the way to a Miyazaki film. And a close-up of an intense red eye says, "We are not okay," without using words. A spiky, brown-haired man with intense green eyes speaks to a white-haired elder promising, "I'll be seeing you again soon." The soon in quotes doing so much heavy lifting. It's getting overtime pay. And then Donri Cheonwoo's intensely wrinkled glare says he is not accepting this appointment. A character in a ruined indoor setting asks, "What was that just now's?" with the energy of someone who just heard their neighbor's Wi-Fi name is F by surveillance van. And a shadowy Rain Street figure stands with their head tilted down like they're calculating the emotional damage they just dealt. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth grins with steepled fingers like they just unlocked the secret ending. A scarred man with sharp teeth looks up saying, "You?" with the recognition energy of seeing your ex at the same coffee shop. And then a bright white pillar of light pierces through dark mist with the words, "The Pillar of Light." The title card energy is immaculate. A split panel shows 2 bruised faces. One with spiky hair and one with dark hair and glowing red eyes. Then two figures with menacing grins confront the viewer asking, "Your doing, wasn't it?" The accusation lands with the precision of a Karina high note. A gaunt humanoid creature with branch-like protrusions looks down with menacing expression under a bright sun. Then a massive explosion erupts with debris flying outward. The before and after of someone who just said, "Hold my sake" in a cultivation world. A wounded crying woman gets carried by a cloaked figure calling out, "Grandpa!" And then Jo Pyon's face contorts in terrified recognition of empty eyes before death. The emotional whiplash from family panic to final horror in adjacent panels. A severely wounded, bloodied figure with a blade protruding from their back slumps against a wall, while a speech bubble asks, "Hyo, Oka, supposedly killed?" The question mark doing more emotional labor than most protagonists. And then, Donri Cheonwoo sits contemplative in a dilapidated room with his splendid white beard flowing to his chest, processing information at the speed of a man who has seen too many plot twists. Two large birds clash violently in midair with blood and feathers exploding against a fiery orange sky, while an older man with white hair looks out at a sunset over mountains as another figure walks away with a cane. The nature documentary meets political dramas aesthetic that this series somehow makes work. A weary man with a bandaged forehead speaks in a ruined landscape under a fiery orange sky saying, "We have 3 options left." Then an older man on a throne gestures while speaking to a younger man whose back is to the viewer. The options conversation that every strategy game player has had at 3 a.m. before deciding to restart the campaign. A person in formal attire acknowledges with "understood" the single most expensive word in military fiction, and then an elder sits on a chair with several figures before him considering who could possibly handle a mission that the first 2 options can't solve. An older man points forward describing a person, a noble warrior with exceptional something. The sentence gets cut off like a Netflix buffer. And then an elderly man with glowing yellow eyes looks to the side like he already knows who they're talking about and he's not happy about it. Donri Cheonwoo sits gesturing with his white beard saying, "But even he couldn't break through that many enemies alone." Then an elder on a throne tells a younger man, "That's why we're going to use them." The them in question being the hundreds of guests currently at the clan. And suddenly, this wedding invitation feels like a terms of service agreement nobody read. The elder's chest fills the frame like someone just activated intimidation aura at max volume. Donri Cheonwoo, the man whose beard has its own postal code, gets hit with the family plan. Evacuate guests through Lake Soho, beg for reinforcements like it's a Kickstarter campaign for not dying. Namgong Byok grimaces like he just tasted his own mortality. The plan is desperate, the math is worse, and Donri Cheonwoo kneels like a man who knows exactly how much his pride costs per pound. Spoiler, it's on clearance. The Yangtze's 18 waterways get name-dropped like they're about to drop a mixtape that saves the clan. Ships wait at the dock like Uber Black for the apocalypse, and Donri Cheonwoo asks the only question that matters: when does his guilt trip depart? 2 elders share a look that says, "We're too old for this questline." Donri Cheonwoo's "I'll get ready" hits different when you know he's packing for a suicide mission with extra suicide. The man is doing emotional damage to himself before the enemy even clocks in. Cheonwoo's troubled face is doing more acting than most shonen protagonists manage in 12 episodes. Dang Hua kneels before him like she's about to inherit something cursed, which she absolutely is. The real gut punch, he doesn't want Namgung Hai to see him break. "Sir, this is a war crime against my emotions." The man covers his face like he's trying to uninstall his own grief. Cheonwoo hits him with, "Is that really the only reason?" And the silence that follows is so loud it needs its own volume slider. This family communicates exclusively through trauma and implication. Cheonwoo grimaces like he's chewing glass and legacy in equal measure. Won't even last 10 days, the kind of prognosis that makes hospice care look optimistic. He grips his blade like it's the only therapist who ever understood him. Murim healthcare is just vibes and violence. And then the POV shifts to someone who heard every word. A monster with glowing green eye and dental work that screams, "I floss with bones," grins in the darkness. The soul. Hunting Poisonous Hand just got his infiltration strategy leaked like a beta build. Patch notes, security breach critical. Cheonwoo declares his return with reinforcements like he's ordering at a drive-thru he'll never reach. Dang Hua's grandpa cracks in her throat like a dropped glass. The kneeling, the bowing, the generational trauma. This clan sends people off to die with more ceremony than most weddings. The emotional damage, stacking. Full moon. Lone figure on rocks. Misty water. The cinematography is doing unpaid overtime. Someone's about to monologue, and that someone is absolutely not emotionally prepared for what they're about to learn. Byeon Yong, or whoever's wearing Do Hyeok like a rented tuxedo, smirks at the Namgung plan like he just read the spoiler thread. Too many uncertainties, said by the man who is the uncertainty. Dong Hwa clutches her head, finally doing the math her grandfather couldn't. They've been played since the character select screen. Dang Hwasm is the sound of a brain buffering at 240p. The realization hits her like a system notification she can't dismiss. She's standing next to the final boss, and he brought his own lighting. This is awkward. The official tagline of every person who's ever made eye contact with a psychopath in evening wear. The from Byeon lands like a loading screen between dialogue trees, two figures on rocks, one having an existential crisis in real time. Dang Hwa hunches over, illuminated by what I can only describe as dramatic regret lighting. And then, the reveal. The blonde. The grin. The body horror with the skincare routine. A cloaked figure meets what I can only describe as if a gym bro did a blood pact. The blue-eyed speaker calls him Shifting Shadow, which is either a title or the most unhinged K-pop stage name I've ever heard. And the grinning, shirtless, tattooed nightmare just stands there like he's waiting for his solo shot in the music video. Misamo would never. The white-haired figure asks for excuses, like he's collecting them for a scrapbook. Byeon Young's stratagem was supposed to make him an orthodox hero, the long con, the deep cover, the one of the good guys' speedrun. But he's here now, grinning through vein markings like corrupted data made flesh, and the line that drops is pure unhinged. Just because I'm here doesn't mean I can't be a hero. Brother, you are the villain origin story. You are the warning label. The body horror escalates like someone turned the morph slider to biblically inaccurate. Veins pulse, flesh reshapes, and then blonde. Pointed ears. Grin that says, I studied abroad in hell and graduated top of my class. With this appearance, I don't even need Namgung Hai as a witness. The shapeshifter just removed the only witness requirement from his alibi. That's not a plan. That's a patch note that says removed dependency on non-player character. Byeon Yang surveys his own face like he's reading a 5-star review he wrote himself. Greatest beauty in Anhui, and they weren't lying. The narcissism is so dense, it has its own gravity well. The blonde grin fills the frame like a jump scare from the vanity department. Namgung Hai looks up at this horror wearing her face like a Halloween mask, and the uncanny valley just became a canyon. The figure on the shore watches ships sail like he's calculating their funeral expenses. Then the scream, the yellow-eyed rage, the contorted features, that Korean sound design uses when a soul files for divorce from its body. Something is breaking in someone, and we're not being told who. Classic, murim-psychopath. Trauma first, context never. Clash. The energy distortion is doing things to my retinas that I didn't consent to. Two figures collide with enough force to make the background question its life choices. You depraved bastard. Seriously, the dialogue is technically an insult, but functionally a compliment from someone of his caliber. This is what peak murim beef looks like, and it hasn't even hit the second verse. Owl descent. Messenger hawk. Tattered banner with a single brushstroke character that probably translates to, "You're already surrounded?" The cloaked figure by the water catches the signal like he's checking his DMs. The boats have set sail, the most chilling notification tone in the martial world. This is not a wedding anymore. This is a server-wide event, and nobody opted in. The blonde nightmare smiles like she just got the notification that her Uber to chaos has arrived. Namgung clan side seems much more interesting, said while standing next to the woman whose face she stole. The social dynamics here require a flowchart, a therapist, and possibly an exorcist. Dong Hwa's expression says she's currently updating her will. Namgung Byok, or whoever's running the one of the 10 great masters, can't handle this copium, gets interrupted by an eye-widening realization. The pointing finger, the accusation, the kneeling woman in white and blue, Someone's getting blamed for a conspiracy they didn't architect, and the real architect is wearing their face in another zip code. The clan's internal comms are about to hit maximum dysfunction. Not a chance, Wei Young, delivered with the casual cruelty of someone who knows they're the main character in someone else's tragedy. And then the name drop, Bian Young. The white-haired man reaches out like he's trying to grab a plot thread that's already unraveled. Too late. The shapeshifter's already on the next save file. Silence on the shore. Ships in the distance. 3 figures on a balcony watching their own funeral arrange itself in real time. The fleet sails toward lights that aren't salvation. They're the trapped welcome mat. Someone clutches their head in the woods like they're trying to uninstall the memory. Another sits with split-colored beard holding what might be a sword or a resignation letter. The clan's leadership is having simultaneous breakdowns in different biomes. The grand building glows against dark clouds like a target acquisition system. A lone figure climbs aboard, back turned to us, watching the moonlit lake like they're calculating the exact frame count until everything explodes. And then, launch the boats. The order drops from armored silhouette to kneeling warrior, and the fleet moves. This is not a rescue. This is a psychopath's playthrough entering the endgame, and the only tutorial was the one he gave himself. The fleet cuts through black water under a sky that has already given up, and 2 figures on a pier watch the ships come in like they are watching the end of something they did not know was ending. An old man with the face of someone who has buried too many sons says, "This is an organization large enough to lay siege to the Namgung clan," which is the kind of understatement that makes historians cry into their rice wine. Someone points at distant lights and asks the question that nobody wants answered, and the sea answers by being very dark and very indifferent, which is the ocean's standard customer service. A voice screams, "We are saved," which is the most premature celebration since the Titanic's deck chairs got rearranged. And then we see the banners, dragon emblems on a fleet that is absolutely not here for rescue. "They are not reinforcements," says a man who has just watched his own funeral, RSVP, and the shout to turn the ships around arrives exactly 1 funeral procession too late. Panic becomes the official language of the fleet, and someone points at the enemy with the kind of rage that only arrives after hope has packed its bags and left no forwarding address. Green light erupts from cloaked hands. Arrows become a weather system, and a ship becomes a bonfire that nobody asked for, which is the heavenly demon castle's idea of a diplomatic arrival. A man burns and reaches for nothing, which is the whole episode in one image, and another falls through fire with the choreography of someone who has accepted that gravity is a personal problem now. A child asks his grandfather what to do, and the answer is being attacked from front and back, which is not an answer but is definitely the curriculum for this semester at the School of Hard Knocks. "Kill them all," says a face that has never known hesitation, and the swordsman who answers with a roar is fighting on principle because the math has already been done, and the math says everyone dies. A woman in green lunges through fire toward a cloaked figure, and someone says they have to reach the shore, and then the old man says, "No, only 2, which is the kind of math that breaks families. 2, says an eye that has just learned arithmetic, the painful way. And the old man admits he was greedy for talent, which is the most honest thing anyone has said in this entire burning disaster. He planted the goo to control someone as a pillar for something that is now ash, and the butt hangs in the air like a body from a rope, and then an eye glows green with the finality of a system notification. "The clan may not even know you exist," says the man who is leaving someone to burn, "but I, the soul-hunting poisonous palm, will remember you," which is the worst promise anyone has ever made. Green energy blasts across a burning sky. A swordsman stands silhouetted against the inferno he did not start, and then a voice asks if they should begin now that no eyes are watching, which is the psychopath's version of a dinner bell. Blue light gathers in a hand that has never cast a spell in self-defense. A warrior raises his sword against the inevitable with the enthusiasm of a man who has read the script and knows he dies on this page, and shadow curls around fingers that are already planning the next corpse. Figures fall as silhouettes with red accents. A swordsman drags a bloody opponent through a room that is now a crematorium, and a hand with a knife prepares to strike someone whose face is already shadow, which is the mercy of not seeing it coming. Masked figures stand over corpses with the casual posture of people who have done this before and will do this again, and an old man speaks to someone who may already be dead, and then a lone figure stands against fire with tattered clothes that tell the whole story without a single word. The sea is doing that thing where it swallows people whole, and the ships are contributing to the aesthetic by burning. Somewhere between the drowning and the immolation, our guy's allies remembered they had somewhere else to be. Masked figures with glowing eyes stand in formation like they rehearsed this entrance, which they probably did, because nothing says professional demonic cults like synchronized torch-holding. Green energy lashes out from a cloaked figure who apparently mains a warlock build, and the Korean sound effect for this moment has 2 syllables that together mean, "You're all having a very bad day." A lone figure stands in the inferno with the posture of a man who just realized the escape. Part of his escape plan was more theoretical than practical. The wounded are doing their best impression of people who might survive, which is generous of them given the circumstances. One bandaged man stares through the smoke with eyes that have seen the back of the universe and filed a complaint. A bloodied man with a smile that absolutely should not be there surveys the carnage like he's raiding a restaurant experience. Someone shouts about turning this place into a bloodbath, which is technically a retrospective observation at this point. The Vice Stronghold leader arrives to find his subordinates already in the bowing position, which saves time. They cleared the ships, which sounds like progress until you remember what clearing means in this context. Further instructions are pending, presumably including stop dying. A warrior's silhouettes against the wall of fire like every final boss wallpaper ever made, and an elder greets them with the warmth of a man who knows exactly how much this alliance is costing him. They stand on a platform overlooking a fleet at sunset, which would be romantic if the conversation weren't about herding someone toward a mountain like they're planning the world's least voluntary hiking trip. A creature with too many teeth and not enough therapy lunges from the darkness, and the only thing standing between it and dinner is one silhouetted figure with a pole, and the absolute confidence of someone who has never read the monster's stat block. Green eyes glow in the shadow with the menacing intensity of a GPU under full load. And somewhere in that darkness, something with claws for hands is doing shadow puppetry that absolutely no child should witness. Warriors in green charge with swords drawn because apparently the energy blasts weren't getting the message across. A hooded figure with glowing eyes prepares another spell with the grim determination of someone who's already mentally drafting their villain monologue. The soldiers they're attacking have that very specific, "We are not being paid enough" for this expression that you only see in historical reenactments and retail. An old man with a beard and a younger fighter get caught in the violence, and the old man's grin is doing something to his face that medical science would classify as concerning. This is not the smile of someone who is winning. This is the smile of someone who has forgotten what winning was supposed to feel like. In a forest clearing, survivors sit in a circle, like the world's most traumatized support group. One man looks up with the shocked realization that the trees are not, in fact, going to save them. Someone says they need to reach the Danri clan immediately, which is the martial arts equivalent of, "We need to talk to the manager." A lone warrior stands stoic as attackers charge because dignity is apparently more important than survival math. A bandaged man with red eyes waits in the center of shadowy figures like he's the surprise final encounter of this dungeon. Someone shouts, "Pirates," which is either a warning or a very delayed genre realization, and at this point neither would surprise me. The fist light goes nuclear first. Then the whole panel becomes a migraine in blue. Someone is overclocking their cultivation so hard their own body files a complaint. Our guy in the shadows is not here for the tournament arc. He's here to delete people from the server. The energy signature reads less martial technique and more, "I brought a gun to a sword fight, and you're about to find out why that's unfair." That purple eye is doing the "I've seen your browser history" stare. The shadow speaker calls the whole display "shabby tricks," which is rich coming from someone whose entire aesthetic is edgelord, who peaked in high school. Swords meet in midair, and neither party brought a safety net. The red-eyed lunging specialist is giving main character who skipped the tutorial energy, while the other one is discovering that aerial combat has no pause button. The roar comes with its own sound effect budget. Then someone gets introduced to the ground at high velocity, blood, yellow impact text, the whole nine. The beard guy in close-up has that expression your grandfather makes when the Wi-Fi goes out during a comeback stage. The narrator drops the thesis statement, "In a real duel, secrets win." Bandage Face knows this. He's been running stealth builds since Act 1. The old man in the rain is doing the math and realizing his retirement fund just got liquidated. The masked figure pulls more swords than a twice choreography has, costume changes. The rain is not stopping. The clash is not asking permission. Someone's body gets launched with enough force to qualify as baggage handling and a budget airline. The pained Ugg is doing heavy lifting. That's not a battle cry. That's a man discovering his health bar has opinions. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure is leaving blood trails like he's signing autographs, and the monster in the corner is waiting for its cue like a patient stagehand. Someone screams, "Die!" with the confidence of a man who has never met our protagonist. The terrified swordsman is holding his blade like it's a customer service complaint he's too afraid to file. Then the old man admits he can't dodge, which, respect, is honest self-assessment in this economy, and immediately gets proven correct in the worst way. "Don't you dare interfere with my hunt." This is not a villain line. This is a protagonist line, and that distinction matters. The red-eye close-up is giving Bias Wrecker, who just became Ult Bias's energy. The elder's shock face is the exact frame you pause when you need to explain to your roommate why you're screaming at a manhwa at 2 a.m. The old man's scream has that specific, "I outsourced my security to the cheapest bidders" rage. The shadow attack descends like a patch note nerf from heaven, unexpected, unfair, and permanently altering the meta. The glowing blue eyes from above are not a rescue. They're a receipt. The accusation lands. "How long have you been playing me for, a fool?" "Sir, the answer is, since before you had a name in the cast list." The red-eye grip is tightening. The spectral figure with the white-eye shift is doing the "I am the system, and I am disappointed in your build" stare. Someone's ponytail is about to become a casualty. The glowing sword strike gets its own close-up because the artist understood assignment. The elder lunges with both hands on the hilt. That's not a technique. That's a man emptying his entire stamina bar into one input. Then he connects the Bongyang suicide plague to this masked nightmare, and the realization hits harder than the blade ever could. Red-eye intensity peaks. The sword cut through the storm is doing the title track chorus drop thing, where everything else goes quiet. Then the cloaked figure gets the line that breaks the entire class system wide open. "You were nothing but a stable boy who shoveled horse shit for a noble clan." And the silence after is the sound of every power-scaling forum simultaneously catching fire. The silhouette against red is not asking permission. The bloodsword swing is doing that thing where the droplets hang in air like the artist wanted to make sure you felt every frame. A warrior falls, still clutching his dagger, which is the martial arts equivalent of holding your phone as you fall downstairs, technically still equipped, functionally irrelevant. The elder's blood-splattered shock is the face of a man who just realized he skipped the side quests and went straight to the secret boss. His last words are about the Donri clan, loyalty to the end, which would be admirable if it weren't completely irrelevant to the patch notes being written on his corpse. The dual sword raise in white light is not a finisher, it's a signature. "I told you, the one with more secrets always wins." This is not dialogue. This is the series thesis statement wearing a trench coat and calling it fashion. The bandage figure's stare says he's not done. The field of bodies says he's already won. The only question is, who's still breathing enough to read the patch notes? The battlefield has that special energy where everyone's simultaneously losing and pretending they're not. Some furious commander is screaming about crushing skulls if anyone retreats, which is technically a motivational speech but reads more like a threat to his own side. Someone's getting run through with a sword in the kind of agony that makes you grateful for your office job. Then we cut to an older swordsman screaming, while a younger man in blue holds a limp figure by the neck like he's checking a watermelon for ripeness. Two men shout, "an enemy," with the exact conviction of people who just realized the tutorial boss was not, in fact, the final boss. Meanwhile, our bandaged protagonist lunges forward, cutting down background extras like they're on a speedrun timer. Magical barriers light up the forest with "that you are not supposed to be here's" energy. A masked ninja crouches with a chained weapon, probably wondering why he didn't pick a less competitive career. Then someone speaks from the shadows about not being far from the next level, which is the most gamer thing anyone has said during active genocide. The survivors are gathered like a support group for people whose wedding invitations explicitly did not mention demonic invasion. A monstrous figure with teeth like a dental nightmare says, "Yeah." An older man realizes they're being herded toward the peak, which is the martial arts equivalent of the elevators going up, but only to the roof. Danri Chionwoo, with that splendid white beard, calls out for great hero Tang, and the desperation in his voice has main quest, non-player character, about to give you the real objective's energy. Someone shouts that you have to come see this, which in horror movie logic means absolutely do not come see this. Then they find the cliff, and the collective realization hits that this mountain only has one exit, the hard way down. An elderly man is having the absolute worst wedding guest experience in recorded history, sobbing that he only came to celebrate. Another guy screams that, "We're all going to die," with the enthusiasm of someone who has accepted his Yelp review, will be 1 star and very detailed. Then the monster shows up. Glowing white eyes in darkness, fanged maw opening like a cave you don't walk into, someone screaming, "Shut your mouths," which is not the recommended coping strategy. A single green eye stares with the intensity of a Discord mod who just found your message history. Someone declares they'll personally kill every single bastard that climbs up here, which is the kind of line that sounds heroic, until you do the math on how many bastards are currently climbing. A wolf-like creature roars. A gray-skinned monstrosity shouts, "Do you really think we can't do it?" And honestly, looking at the party composition versus the enemy roster, the answer is leaning toward no. A desperate voice shouts that they were attacked too. They're running for their lives just like everyone else. The stronghold leader's men turned on them, which is the classic "we're on the same side" plea that historically works 0% of the time in murim. The betrayal energy is so thick, you could spread it on toast. Someone sees the chaos as their chance to break siege and get back down, which is optimistic math given the current kill-death ratio. A spiky-haired figure with glasses shouts, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die," with the confidence of someone who has definitely calculated his own survival odds and found them acceptable. Then he screams, "Are you?" at someone who is very much in his way. An old man with a thick beard goes, "Ah, just ah." The single syllable of someone who has connected several dots and wishes he hadn't. Then a wild-haired figure shouts, "Maybe you'll recognize me with this face," which is either a dramatic unmasking or the worst party trick ever attempted under siege conditions. Another old man stares into the forest with the 1,000-yard gaze of someone who has seen the patch notes for the next update, and they are not favorable. A feral creature with glowing green eyes snarls with dental work that suggests evolution took a very specific path. Then someone roars, "Do heoak!" with the kind of personal vendetta energy that makes you realize this wedding had +1s from several revenge arcs. A woman with her hair in buns speaks urgently about not having time for nonsense, which is rich coming from anyone still at this wedding. Another woman glares forward with blood on her face and the determination of someone who has already accepted she's not making the after-party. An enraged elder bares his teeth. Then a shadowy figure mentions that piece of trash you were lugging around, and the disrespect is so casual it's almost impressive. And the final panel gives us a close-up of an eye glowing with pale, eerie light against scarred skin, which is the visual equivalent of "to be continued" in a font called Trauma. The night air carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken conversations as our boy stands alone against a group that clearly thought they had the numbers advantage. Tangwoo's hands glow that telltale green, and you know the kind of bad day that's about to roll in for everyone, not on his side. He asks if they were looking for him, and the question lands like a stone in a pond. Absolutely nobody expected the answer to be that yes, they were, and no, they shouldn't have been. One of the masked thugs looks like he just bit into a lemon made of regret, because when you come hunting for the soul-seeking poison hand, you don't get to complain about what you find. Tangwoo's voice cuts through the tension with a line that's practically his theme song at this point. The survival of those two is the most important thing to him. And that's the kind of statement that, in this manhwa, means someone's about to get absolutely eviscerated for the sake of that priority. The mountains loom behind them like the universe's most dramatic backdrop, and the lone figure in the center of the frame knows exactly what kind of fight this is going to be. The warrior with the long hair tied back is doing the hand-on-chin thing, which in murim language translates to, "I am reassessing my life choices at a velocity that surprises even me." Tangwoo tells them he warned them they'd meet again, and the way he says it, you can hear the years of Poison Master experience backing every syllable. Doohyo's eyes glow red in the shadows, which is never a good sign. When the antagonist starts channeling his inner demon, the survival rate for everyone else in the scene drops to approximately 0. The old man decides he's going to have to settle for these particular opponents, and the resigned tone in his voice is more terrifying than any threat could be. Water Shadow moves in from the flank alongside Hua Young, and this is where the fight stops being a negotiation and starts being a murder tutorial with Tong Wu as the instructor. The poison darts fly, and they bloom into golden lotus explosions on impact, which is both beautiful and a strong indicator that you should have stayed home today. Tong Wu doesn't even break stride. He's been doing this long enough that the choreography of death is second nature. He's facing them down with that same energy, hands crackling with green energy as if to say, "I'm the tutorial boss you skipped, and now you have to beat me to progress." The group of warriors in the foreground are realizing that their numerical advantage is going to be offset by the gap in quality, by a margin that mathematics cannot compensate for. The old man's face twists into something between concern and fury as he repeats the line about survival being paramount. This is the moment where you understand that Tong Wu is fighting for something beyond himself. He's playing the role of the immovable object so that Dang Hua and Nam Gong Hye can be the unstoppable force that escapes. Kuei. Young grins with that unsettling smile that suggests he's having the time of his life, which given his track record, means everyone else is about to have the worst time of theirs. Tong Wu's glowing hand reaches out like he's trying to grasp something that keeps slipping away, and the desperation in his eyes tells you this fight isn't going according to anyone's plan. The dark-haired swordsman lunges with a technique that looks like it was designed by someone who got told no one too many times as a child. It's fast, it's aggressive, and it doesn't land because Tong Wu has been dodging poison long enough to read attacks before they're thrown. The mist rolls through the mountain clearing as bodies start hitting the ground, and the silhouette of a fallen warrior tells you that the casualty count is already climbing. Tong Wu stands over them with that same smug energy, and you realize he's not just fighting, he's making a statement about what happens when you threaten the people he's chosen to protect. Du Hyo's grin widens as he echoes the sentiment, and the way his words hit the air feels like a countdown timer. This is the part where the shifting shadow decides he's done playing, and when someone who can teleport through shadows decides to commit, the architecture of the battlefield becomes irrelevant. Tong Wu positions himself between the attackers and the two women he's sworn to protect, and the geometry of the scene says everything about who the priority targets are. Dang Hua's veiled silhouette presses close behind him, and Nam Gong Hye's blue robes catch the moonlight as they brace for what's coming. Water Shadow lets out a scream that's equal parts terror and fury, and you have to respect the commitment to vocal expression mid-combat. Du Hyo squares up against Dong Bong Su, and the contrast between the perfectly symmetrical infiltrator and our boy's hollow-eyed stillness is the kind of visual storytelling that makes you wish you could screenshot this panel and set it as your wallpaper. Tong Wu warns them to fall back as the real threat closes in, and his claws are already extended, like he's about to play a very aggressive game of who gets to keep their face. The old man's instincts are screaming that the enemies he's facing now are just the appetizer, and the main course is still coming through the door. Hui Young's robe hangs open, because apparently the Silver-Naked Demon's dress code requires constant pectoral visibility regardless of weather or combat conditions. He's having the time of his life while everyone around him is having a crisis, and that gap in emotional alignment is exactly what makes him terrifying. A crowd of onlookers watches from the edge of the forest as the chaos unfolds, and the woman with the mace looks like she's deciding whether to join the fight or just let the old man poison show run its course. Someone in the back is shouting for everyone to get out of the way, which is always the signal that the next 5 seconds are going to be someone's last 5 seconds. Tong Wu's poison art erupts again, and the green glow paints the forest in colors that would look beautiful if they weren't so aggressively lethal. Fue. Young watches from the shadows with blood on his robe and a smile that suggests he's already planning the next phase of his attack, because for him this isn't a battle, it's entertainment. The two of them face off, Tong Wu with his green glow and Hua Young with that bare-chested confidence, and someone in the background shouts that another one is coming. This fight is turning into a rotation of horrors, and Tong Wu is the only thing standing between the women and an extremely bad ending. The terror in Tong Wu's eyes cuts deeper than any battle cry could, because this is a man who has faced down demonic cultivators and poison masters with a smirk, and now he's genuinely afraid. Not for himself, for the two people behind him whose survival has become his entire mission statement. Du Hyo's lunge carries the weight of someone who has been waiting for this moment since the last chapter ended, and his grin is the kind that belongs on a wanted poster. Tongwu counters with another burst of green energy because when you're the soul-seeking poison hand, every problem looks like a nail and you've got a very large hammer made of venom. The old man's grim expression tells Du Hyo that this is going to be a bad day for everyone involved, and the symmetrical-faced infiltrator seems to welcome the challenge. Huai Young spreads his arms wide and calls for a drum roll, announcing a gift with the theatricality of a game show host who's about to reveal that the prize is a very painful death. Tongwu's hand reaches out again, the green glow flaring like he's trying to hold on to something that's slipping through his fingers. He prepares another burst of poison, and the cycle continues. Attack, defend, protect, repeat. Because that's what it means to be the wall between the people you love and the people who want them dead. Two elders react in terror as a shadowy figure descends, and the way their faces twist tells you that whatever's coming is not part of the plan. Du Hyo is already in motion, because when you're the designated antagonist with a perfectly symmetrical face, you don't wait for the hero to finish his dramatic monologue before attacking. Tongwu tells him again that he'll have to settle, and the repetition is starting to sound less like a threat and more like a mantra he's using to convince himself. The attack comes anyway, because villains in this genre don't respect warnings, and that's usually the last mistake they make. Dongbong-soo moves into frame, and the contrast between his malnourished frame and the absolute deadness in his eyes is the kind of visual that makes you remember why this manhwa is called murim-psychopath. Tongwu acknowledges him with a glance, and the old poison master's hands keep glowing because there's no rest for the wicked or the people defending against them. The desperation in Tongwu's voice as he casts his spell is almost painful to watch, because this is a man who has been the strongest person in the room for decades, and now he's being forced to confront his limits. His hands glow green as he pleads for survival, and you realize that even the 10 greats can find themselves outmatched when the numbers game tilts too far. Du Hyo's face contorts into that same unsettling grin as he repeats the line about settling, and the way his eyes glow suggests he's enjoying this far more than a healthy person should. Tongwu's expression shifts from desperate to something harder as he braces for the next exchange, because the old poison master hasn't survived this long by giving up when the odds stack against him. The cloaked figure standing in the rain is shrouded in enough mystery to power a season of a detective drama, and the way their face is obscured tells you they're either going to be a major player or a red herring. Tongwu's hands keep glowing as the rain falls, and the green light reflecting off the wet ground looks like a warning sign written in a language only poison masters can read. A blood-splattered figure emerges from the shadows, and the gaunt silhouette tells you that this fight has already claimed its share of casualties. The grime and wounds suggest they've been through something that required significant survival skills, and the fact that they're still standing means they either got lucky or they're far more dangerous than they look. Tongwu repeats the survival line again, and at this point you could set a clock to the rhythm of his desperation. The old man is running on fumes and willpower, and the green glow of his hands is starting to look less like an attack and more like a signal flare calling for a rescue that might not come. He tells them he'll have to settle, and the resignation in his voice suggests this isn't the opponent he wanted, it's the opponent he's got. The confrontation continues in the dark forest, and the way Tongwu stands his ground, despite the exhaustion, tells you everything about why he's one of the 10 greats. The green glow intensifies as the old man channels more power, and you can practically hear the cooldown timer ticking in the background. Hui Young watches with that disgusted expression that says he's assessing whether the old poison master is worth the effort, or if he should just wait for the stamina bar to hit 0. Hui Young's scream of disbelief cuts through the battlefield noise as he realizes that despite everything they've thrown at the Namgung clan, the old man is still standing. His words trail off into shock because the math isn't adding up. They crushed the clan, but the wall that is Tongwu refuses to crumble. The poison art fires again, and the green energy paints the night sky in toxic hues that would make a chemical engineer proud. Tongwu's face is a mask of grim determination as he unleashes another volley, because when you're the only thing standing between the people you love and an army of demonic cultivators, you don't get to take a break. Tongwu's hands flare green as he positions himself between the assassins and the 2 women behind him, declaring that their survival is the only thing that matters. The old poison master has been running on fumes and stubbornness for chapters now, and the glow in his palms is starting to look less like an attack and more like a promise he's trying very hard to keep. He tells them, It leaves a bad taste in his mouth, having to settle for these opponents instead of the ones he actually wanted. But the math of this battlefield is ruthless. The enemies he'd rather face are the ones who'd have to get through him first, and that's exactly why he's the one standing here. A dark figure lunges through the shadows with a sword, the kind of silhouette that doesn't telegraph intent because there is none, just pure predatory momentum. Do-hyo watches with that perfectly symmetrical smile, because when you've infiltrated the Namgung clan by wearing someone else's face, watching the chaos unfold is half the entertainment. Tang-woo's hand stays extended, the green glow pulsing as he repeats the mantra about survival with the repetition of a man trying to convince himself. He knows the numbers aren't in his favor, 3-on-1 against 2 of the Heavenly Demon Castle's shadows, plus whatever Do-hyo has been hiding under that groom's smile. The poison art fires again, and the green energy paints the night in colors that would look beautiful if they weren't carrying enough venom to drop an ox. Tang-woo isn't fighting to win anymore, he's fighting to buy time, and the difference between those two goals is everything. Dong Bong-soo appears in the frame with the kind of visual impact that makes you remember why this series has Psychopath. In the title, his malnourished frame and hollow eyes creating a contrast that's almost comical against the superhuman fighters around him. Tang-woo acknowledges him with a glance, because even in the middle of a poison-fueled standoff, the old man knows exactly who the real wild card is. Tang-woo's grin turns sinister as he repeats the line about settling, and you can feel the shift in his energy. He's done playing defense. Huai? Young hangs back in the shadows with his chest exposed, because apparently the silver-naked demon's dress code doesn't include tactical considerations when there's a show to watch. The woman with the mace watches from the forest edge, and her posture says she's deciding whether to join the rotation or let the old man poison show run its course. Tang-woo's next blast of poison art turns the clearing into a toxic gallery, and the green glow reflects off every surface like a warning sign in a language only alchemists can read. He's cornered in a rocky gorge with nowhere to maneuver, and the way he plants his feet says he's aware of how bad the positioning is. Someone in the background screams for everyone to get out of the way, which is always the signal that the next 5 seconds are going to be someone's last 5 seconds. The enraged elder screams that they should attack the soul hunting. Poison his palm, and the desperation in his voice cuts through the battlefield noise. The fear isn't for himself, it's for what happens to the people behind him if he falls, and that kind of terror changes the geometry of a fight. Tang-woo holds up his glowing hand and repeats the survival line again, and at this point you could set a clock to the rhythm of his desperation. The repetition is starting to sound less like a declaration and more like a prayer, the kind you keep saying because stopping means admitting you've run out of options. The poison art fires again, and the green glow illuminates a battlefield that's starting to look less like a fight and more like a game of attrition. Tang-woo's face is a mask of grim determination as he unleashes another volley, because when you're the only thing standing between the people you love and an army of demonic cultivators, you don't get to take a break. He's been saying the same line across multiple pages now, and the visual repetition is starting to feel like a loop. The old man's stuck in a cycle of attack, defend, protect, repeat. The glow on his hands pulses with the rhythm of someone who's running on fumes, and you start to wonder how many more of these volleys he has left in the tank before the green light flickers out. Another poison blast erupts from his palms, and the toxic aura spreads across the battlefield like a slow-motion mushroom cloud. Kwai. Young watches from the shadows with blood on his robe and a smile that suggests he's already planning the next phase of his attack, because for him, this isn't a battle, it's entertainment. The survival line comes again, and this time the terror in Tang-woo's voice cuts deeper than any battle cry could. This is a man who has faced down demonic cultivators and poison masters with a smirk, and now he's genuinely afraid. A warrior with spiky hair lunges forward, sword extended, and the sound effect that accompanies his charge is the kind of noise that says, "This is going to hurt." Dong Bong-soo moves into frame with that dead-eyed stillness that makes everyone around him uncomfortable. And the contrast between the screaming berserker and the silent psychopath is the kind of visual storytelling that deserves a screenshot. Tang-woo's eyes go wide as he senses the toxic aura closing in, and his hand reaches out in a gesture that's equal parts warning and plea. The repetition of the survival line is starting to feel like a countdown. Each time he says it, the window for escape gets a little smaller. The poison blast expands outward in a wide shot that captures the scale of the conflict. 3 shadowy figures advancing through the forest as Tongwoo's green energy flares between them. The visual says everything about who's outnumbered and who's cornered, and the geometry of the scene makes it clear that the old man's survival is going to come down to how creatively he can use his environment. Another volley of poison art erupts from his hands, and the green light paints the trees in shades that would make a chemical engineer proud. The pure volume of toxins he's outputting is starting to look less like a sustainable fight strategy, and more like a man burning through his reserves to make a point. Tongwoo's hand reaches out with the survival line again, and his eyes are wide with the kind of terror that doesn't come from facing death, it comes from facing the possibility that you might not be enough. This is the moment where the old poison master realizes that being one of the 10 greats doesn't mean you can't be outmatched when the numbers game tilts too far. 3 figures converge in the dark forest, Huai, young, with his bare chest and silver mane, Water Shadow flanking from the side, and a third attacker closing in while Tongwoo's back is turned. The old man says it leaves a bad taste in his mouth, but the resignation in his voice suggests this isn't the opponent he wanted, it's the opponent he's got. Donbong-soo charges forward with a sword, his dark hair wild and his expression carrying none of the calm he usually wears. The psychopath is actually showing emotion, and that alone tells you the stakes here are different. Tongwoo tells him again that he'll have to settle, and the grim set of his jaw says he's already calculating how much damage he can do before the chi runs dry. The attack comes anyway, because in this genre, villains don't respect warnings, they respect results. The old man gasps as something strikes him, a sound that's equal parts pain and surprise escaping his lips. His glowing hand reaches out one more time, and the survival line comes through gritted teeth because even if he can't win, he refuses to stop trying. The poison art fires yet again, and the green energy paints the night sky in toxic hues that would look beautiful if they weren't carrying the weight of a dying man's last stand. Tongwoo's eyes are wide with terror and fury mixed together, and the expression on his face belongs to someone who's decided that if he's going down, he's taking as many of them with him as possible. His hand extends in a desperate reach, the green glow flaring like he's trying to hold on to something that's slipping through his fingers. The repetition of the survival line at this point has become a heartbeat, steady, automatic, the only thing keeping him going. A monstrous figure with wild eyes and blood-splattered skin lunges forward with a sound effect that translates to a full-body impact. The berserk state of someone pushed past their limits is a terrible thing to witness, and Tongwoo's crazed grin says he's crossed a threshold that normal fighters don't come back from. The old man reaches out with his glowing hand, and this time the desperation in his voice is almost too raw to watch. He's not just saying the survival line anymore, he's begging the universe to let him keep that promise. Tongwoo's poison blast erupts in a wide shot that shows the full geometry of the battlefield. 2 figures in the distance caught in the spread as a third watches from the foreground. The visual tells you everything about who's on which side and who's about to get caught in the crossfire. The survival line echoes through the clearing one more time, and the green glow pulses like a beacon in the dark. Tongwoo is running on fumes and willpower at this point, and the glow on his hands is starting to look less like an attack and more like a signal flare calling for a rescue that might not come. Donbong-soo lunges forward with a sound effect that captures the sudden violence of his movement. There's no wind-up, no telegraph, just pure predatory acceleration. The old man's warning about survival hangs in the air as the psychopath closes distance, and for a brief moment, the battlefield goes quiet. Tongwoo's desperate plea continues as his green glowing hand reaches out toward the 2 women he's sworn to protect. The terror in his eyes is the kind that comes from knowing you've given everything, and it still might not be enough. The first panel shows Tongwoo with his hands glowing green, and if you've been paying attention to the battle's rhythm, you know this is the old man's opening gambit, the poison art that's become his signature. He unleashes it against an unseen opponent, and the expression on his face says he's already 3 moves ahead, calculating where the next attack needs to land. This is the soul-seeking poison hand at work, and the clearing knows it's about to get a lot more toxic. Tongwoo reaches out with his glowing hand, and the terror in his eyes is the kind that only comes from knowing you've given everything and it still might not be enough. His signature line about the survival of 2 people cuts through the chaos, not as a threat, but as a prayer he's been saying over and over, hoping the universe is listening this time. The desperation in his voice is raw enough to make you forget he's one of the 10 greats, because right now he's just an old man trying to keep his promises. The repeated plea comes again as Tang Wu's green energy flares across the panels like a heartbeat. Steady, automatic, the only thing keeping him going. Each time he says the survival line, you can see the window for escape narrowing, the cost of each second counting down in the glow of his poison art. The repetition isn't weakness, it's a man convincing himself that as long as he's still saying the words, he hasn't lost yet. The golden energy that erupts from Tang Wu's hands in the next panel is different from the green poison. This is the dragon and phoenix golden needles at work, blooming like fireworks in the dark. He fires another volley, and the pure volume of toxins he's outputting starts to look less like a sustainable fight strategy and more like a man burning through his reserves to make a point. The wide shot captures the scale of it all, and the geometry of the scene makes it clear that the old man's survival is going to come down to how creatively he can use his environment. Do-hyo steps into frame crackling with golden lightning, and the symmetry of his face is the kind of uncanny valley that makes your instincts scream wrong before your conscious mind catches up. This is the Shifting Shadow, the heavenly demon cult infiltrator who's been playing the perfect son-in-law while planning the destruction of the Namgung clan. The way he channels that golden energy through his hands says he's not here for a fair fight. He's here to execute a plan that's been years in the making. Tang Wu's hand reaches out again, and the terror in his eyes is the kind that doesn't come from facing death. It comes from facing the possibility that you might not be enough. The green glow pulses as he repeats the survival line, and this time you can see the cracks in his composure, the exhaustion that's been building across this entire battle. He's been saying the same words for pages now, and the visual repetition is starting to feel like a loop. The old man's stuck in a cycle of attack, defend, protect, repeat. Dongbong Su appears in a monstrous transformation, his eyes glowing white and his mouth open in a roar that would make lesser cultivators drop their swords. The yellow lightning erupting from his hands is raw and uncontrolled. This isn't the calm, calculating psychopath we've been watching. This is something that's been pushed past its limits. The panel captures him mid-eruption, and the contrast between his usual dead-eyed stillness and this berserk state is the kind of visual that reminds you there's a predator underneath the quiet exterior. Tang Wu fires another volley of poison art, the green glow painting the battlefield in toxic hues as he pivots to face a new angle of attack. The old man's hands are moving on instinct now, the techniques flowing without conscious thought because thinking would mean slowing down, and slowing down means losing. His expression shifts between determination and desperation across the panels, and the rapid cuts between his attacks and his reaction shots tell you more about the state of this fight than any dialogue could. The scene cuts to a new confrontation as Tang Wu faces off against an opponent, his poison hands ready and his expression carrying the full weight of someone who's been fighting for too long. The voice of an enemy elder cuts through the battlefield noise, screaming Tang Wu's name with the energy of a man who's realizing the fight isn't going how he expected. The old poison master acknowledges the shout with nothing more than a grim set to his jaw, because when you're one of the 10 greats, you learn that the loudest opponents are usually the ones who are scared. Do-hyo lunges forward with his blade crackling with golden lightning, and the expression on his face is the cold satisfaction of someone who's been waiting for this moment. He tells Tang Wu it's a pity, but he'll have to settle for the old man, and the casual dismissal in his voice is the kind of arrogance that only comes from being absolutely sure of your victory. The energy clash between them lights up the frame as Tang Wu meets the attack head-on, refusing to give ground even when he knows the math isn't in his favor. Tang Wu's poison art explodes outward in a wide shot that captures the full geometry of the battle, with Do-hyo's golden lightning and the old man's green energy, creating a war of colors across the clearing. The elder screams that he's dragging someone to hell with him, and the desperation in his voice is the sound of a fighter who's decided that if he's going down, he's taking as many of them as possible. Dongbong Su stands in the frame with his own declaration of defiance, and for a brief moment, the two of them are united in the same purpose: survive, no matter the cost. Huai Young enters the frame with his exposed chest and silver mane, parrying Tang Wu's poison darts with a sword that crackles with yellow energy. The silver-naked demon's presence shifts the dynamics of the fight, where Do-hyo was methodical. Huai Young is chaotic, grinning through the clash like this is entertainment rather than combat. Tang Wu's barrage of Chuhan flying butterflies meets an equal opponent, and you can see the calculation in the old man's eyes as he adjusts his strategy to account for this new variable. A savage figure with glowing purple eyes launches forward in the next panel, and the almost glowing quality of his gaze suggests something demonic at work. The monstrous shadowy creature that follows unleashes a blast of purple energy that tears through the environment, and the visual language is unmistakable. These are the Heavenly Demon Cult's heavy hitters, the kind of fighters who don't care about collateral damage. Tangwu has to split his attention between multiple threats now, and the stress is starting to show in the frantic rhythm of his attacks. Tangwu's hand shoots out again with the survival plea, and the wide shot shows the full scope of the situation. The old man, 2 young women somewhere behind him, and a wall of enemies closing in. He repeats the line about settling for his opponents, but the resignation in his voice suggests this isn't the fight he wanted. It's the fight he's got. The green glow on his hands pulses with the rhythm of someone who's running on fumes, and you start to wonder how many more of these volleys he has left in the tank before the light flickers out. The golden lotus explosions bloom across the battlefield as Tangwu alternates between poison art and his dragon and phoenix golden needles, creating a rhythm of attack and defense that's keeping the enemies at bay. The old man's hands glow green as he charges another volley, the poison swirling around him like a living thing that responds to his will. Du Hyo and Huiye, young, advance from opposite angles, and the wide shot captures the 3 of them in a combat triangle that's about to collapse into a brawl. The rapid cuts intensify as the full party of attackers converges. A dark-haired warrior lunges with a blade. Du Hyo channels his golden lightning, and the elemental clash between Tangwu's green poison and the golden energy of his opponents fills the panels. The chaos is controlled chaos, each fighter knowing exactly where they need to be and what they need to do. Tangwu plants his feet and fires another volley, because when you're the only thing standing between the people you love and an army of demonic cultivators, you don't get to take a break. Tangwu faces off against a younger opponent in a white robe, and the dynamic between them is the classic contrast between experience and youth. The old poison master who's been doing this for decades against the eager cultivator who thinks he's ready. The old man's expression says he's not impressed, and the line about settling for his opponent carries the weight of someone who's seen enough fights to know that energy alone doesn't win battles. The green glow on his hands pulses as he prepares to show this young warrior a lesson about the gap between theory and experience. The wide shot of the desolate landscape shows Du Hyo and Huai Yung advancing on Tangwu as Water Shadow moves into position, the 3 forming a killing formation that's designed to trap the old poison master. Tangwu raises his hand in a "wait" gesture, and the exhaustion in his voice cuts through the tension. He's not surrendering, he's buying time, recalibrating his approach as the odds stack against him. The desperate plea comes again, but this time there's a shift in his tone, something that sounds like a man making peace with his situation rather than fighting it. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing white eyes emerges from the darkness. Blood splattered across its arm, and the panel is a sudden reminder that this battlefield isn't just about the named fighters. There are things in the shadows that don't follow the rules of normal combat. The creature's blank white gaze and hulking form suggest something demonic, something that's been unleashed from whatever dark corner of the Heavenly Demon Cult's arsenal. Tangwu factors it into his calculations with a grim set to his jaw, because the old man knows that in a fight like this, every new variable is potentially the one that breaks the equation. Tangwu's hand glows green as he repeats the survival line, and the close-up on his face reveals the cracks in his composure, the eyes that are starting to lose focus, the jaw that's clenched against the pain of pushing his body past its limits. This is the moment where the old man realizes that being one of the 10 greats doesn't mean you can't be outmatched when the numbers game tilts too far. He says it leaves a bad taste in his mouth, but the resignation in his voice suggests this isn't the opponent he wanted, it's the opponent he's got. Water Shadow enters the combat proper, the only female among the 3 shadows, moving into position alongside Du Hyo and Huai Yung as they close in on Tangwu. The trio of assassins creates a triangular formation that cuts off every angle of escape, and the visual symmetry of their positioning says they've done this before. Tangwu's poison art flares as he tries to break the formation, but each attack is met with a counter from one of the 3, the coordination between them suggesting months of training for this exact scenario. The old man's desperation peaks as he realizes the trap closing around him, the green glow of his hands casting shadows across his face that make him look older, more fragile than the image he usually projects. The survival line comes through gritted teeth, and the close-up on his hand reaching out is the visual equivalent of a man grasping at something that's slipping through his fingers. The enemy's surprised question about hidden weapons on the floor suggests that even in his desperate state, Tang Wu has been playing a longer game than anyone realized, setting up contingencies that might just turn the tide. The repeated attacks blur together as Tang Wu fires another volley of poison darts, each one finding its mark or being deflected by the coordinated defense of the three shadows. The golden lotus explosions bloom in the background as the old man's dragon and phoenix. Golden needles create a minefield of delayed reaction traps that keep his enemies honest. The rapid panel cuts capture the rhythm of the fight, attack, counter, reposition, repeat, and the exhaustion in Tang Wu's movements is becoming more visible with each passing second. The energy explosion panels show the sheer scale of the bombardment Tang Wu is outputting, his poison art turning the clearing into a toxic wasteland that even the heavenly demon cult assassins have to respect. The old man's face is a mask of grim determination as he unleashes another volley, the green glow reflecting off every surface like a warning sign in a language only alchemists can read. He repeats the survival line again, and the repetition at this point has become a heartbeat, steady, automatic, the only thing keeping him going. The blood-stained robes of an unseen figure catch the light as a heavy footstep echoes across the battlefield. Three figures stand frozen in a moment that says this fight has been going on long enough, that the opening formalities are long since dead and buried. Water Shadow's armor is already cracked and bleeding, which tells you everything you need to know about who's been taking the brunt of Tang Wu's poison art while the heavy hitters traded blows. She's the only woman in this formation, and the damage she's carrying says the old man doesn't discriminate when it comes to who gets the full experience. The opening exchange lands like Hua Yi Young wasn't ready for what hit him. Blood sprays from his chest as he goes airborne, the silver-naked demon suddenly looking less like a predator and more like someone who misjudged the math. A brown-robed figure watches from the tree line, and the way he's standing says he's the one who put that hurt on the demon. The accusation comes from the shadows, someone screaming about the lazy donkey roll, about honor, about what a 10 greats master should and shouldn't be doing on a battlefield where the only rule is survival. The reply cuts through the noise like a blade. The old man threw that technique away on a cliffside a long time ago, which is the kind of backstory detail that makes you wonder what exactly happened at that cliff. Hui Young looks up in agony, and the close-up on his face captures the moment when the pain shifts from physical to something deeper. The realization that this fight isn't going the way the script was supposed to go. A muscular fighter with dark hair tied back screams alongside him, both of them feeding the chaos with the sound of flesh meeting consequence. A figure with glowing white eyes drops from the sky, and the impact crater tells you this isn't someone who walks through doors, he arrives through walls. The purple energy slash that follows tears through the frame like the universe itself is getting edited in real time. The figure in dark robes doesn't stop moving. He sends someone flying across the ground with a strike that's less a technique and more a statement of intent. A blood-splattered man with one empty eye stares into the abyss and finds it staring back with interest rates he can't afford. The golden energy slash that tears through the desolate field is the kind of attack that doesn't care about collateral. It just needs a direction and a target. A dark-haired man reacts a beat too late, and the exclamation mark above his head is the sound of someone realizing they're no longer the scariest thing in this fight. The snarling face with sharp teeth and silver hair emerges from the shadows, and the grin on that face says this is entertainment, not combat. The demon is having fun. A cloaked figure with dark hair stands amid swirling purple aura, and the visual contrast between his stillness and the chaos around him says he's either conserving energy or calculating a move none of the others have seen coming. The accusation about not having the guts to sacrifice anything lands like a paper cut on someone who's already bleeding out. It's the kind of psychological warfare that only works if the target still cares about honor. The green glowing eye that peers through the darkness answers that question with the visual equivalent of a shrug. The blue energy slash and the violent clash in the cavern tell you the fight has spread beyond the main battlefield into the infrastructure. These aren't set pieces, they're areas of operation that are getting tagged one by one. The blurred figures colliding in the dark space make the geometry of the combat impossible to track, which is exactly how the old poison master wants it. A single drop of blood falls into a growing pool, and the quiet moment before the next explosion is the kind of pause that says someone just miscalculated at the worst possible time. The hand that grabs a dark-haired fighter by the hair and yanks his head back is the visual equivalent of a reset button. No dignity, just repositioning. Howe. Young looks at the silhouette standing before him, and the shock on his face is the expression of someone who's just realized the game board has more pieces than he accounted for. A bloodied, weathered man mutters, "Is this for real?" under his breath. And the answer to that question is the same as it always is in fights like this, as real as the next strike. A figure in brown robes stands over someone who's already fallen, while another fighter sits quietly beside a sword like he's waiting for his cue in a play where nobody gave him the script. The golden-lit desolation around them says this fight has been going on long enough that the landscape itself has started to bleed. The terrified, silver-haired man screaming, "Stay back!" is the voice of someone who's watching their carefully laid plans disintegrate in real time. Fui Young's exposed chest and bare shoulders lock into frame as he faces another silver-haired figure from behind, and the symmetry of the composition says these two are reflections of each other, versions of the same demon on different trajectories. A weathered hand claws at the cliff edge while a figure stands on the ridge above, and the power dynamic of that single image tells you everything about who's climbing and who's already standing. The silhouette screaming, "Get away!" against the golden sunset is the sound of someone who's seen the thing coming and knows they won't outrun it. Fui Young gets knocked backward again by the dark-robed figure, and at this point the pattern of him getting thrown around is starting to feel less like a fight and more like a physics demonstration about what happens when you put a demon in a circle with someone who doesn't respect his reputation. The elderly man with bleeding skin and empty eyes groans in the background, and the sound of that involuntary noise is the sound of a body that's been pushed past its warranty. Fui Young's question cuts through the noise. Has the old man finally lost his mind? And the fact that he's asking it seriously means whatever Tong Wu just did crossed a line. Even the demon didn't expect to see crossed. The spiky-haired man's sharp intake of breath follows a half-second later, and you can feel the entire battlefield recalibrating in real time. The figure with glowing yellow eyes reaches forward, and the menace in that single gesture is the kind that doesn't need a weapon. The hand itself is the delivery system. The battered man screaming, "I told you to stay back," is the sound of someone who's already learned that lesson the hard way. But the learning curve in this fight is vertical, and nobody's giving refunds. The wide shot of a lone figure standing over two fallen opponents on a forest path is the visual thesis statement of this entire battle, one person making a statement so definitive that the ground itself registers the impact. The silhouetted figure with the single glowing yellow eye stares forward, and that one eye says more about his intentions than any amount of dialogue could. The blood-splattered elderly man with yellow-gold eyes looks up at a dark-haired figure, and the shock on his face is the expression of someone who just realized the person standing in front of him isn't who he thought it was. The torn, bloodied clothing in the close-up tells the physical story. This body has been through rounds. It wasn't designed to survive, yet here it is, still standing, still fighting. Tong Wu calls out, "Hua!" with a bewildered expression, and the confusion in his voice is the crack in the armor. The old man is asking a question he doesn't want the answer to. An elderly man stares at floating droplets of blood asking how, and the question is directed at the universe itself, not any single combatant. The silver-haired figure getting struck through the chest is the moment the fight shifts from tactical to personal. A woman watches with a sadistic grin, and the pleasure on her face says she's been waiting for this exact frame. The blood-splattered man with crazed eyes declares, "I finally caught you, Tong Wu," and the triumph in his voice is the sound of a hunter who's just realized the prey walked into a trap that was laid chapters ago. A massive, blood-soaked limb crashes down beside a cloaked figure in the forest, and the scale of that limb says, the heavenly demon cult brought heavy artillery that's been waiting in the wings. The explosion that follows lights up the mountainous horizon like a sunrise made of violence, and a blood-stained hand reaches across cracked ground toward a distant figure who may or may not still be there. The woman's shout breaks through the chaos. The shifting shadow. Is that really the shifting shadow? And the name drop is the confirmation everyone in the audience has been waiting for. The veil has been lifted. The infiltrator's identity has been named aloud, and the only question now is whether the name matters more as a warning or as a death certificate. The sunset transition hits like a chapter break in a music video, the visual language telling you that we've crossed a threshold and nothing from here on is going to feel the same. A white-haired figure sits in meditative stillness on a desolate plain, and the contrast between his calm and the chaos of the previous panels is the kind of editing choice that says this man has been here the whole time, watching, waiting, not participating because he doesn't need to. The declaration, "Victory is ours," Tong Wu echoes across the battlefield, and the voice that delivers it doesn't sound like a boast, it sounds like a spreadsheet being read aloud. Huai Yang stands dominant in the clearing, a skinny youth watching from the background, and the silent observer is the wild card that none of the speakers have accounted for in their victory calculations. Huai Yang's bloody grin and the words, "Don't even dream of dying in peace," land like a promise. The demon is making sure the message is received before the killing even starts. The high-angle shot of his silver hair and exposed chest frames him as the monster that the story has been building toward, the final boss of a fight that's only now entering its second phase. The skeletal figure with long silver hair and a sunken, blood-splattered face looms over the desolate landscape, and the visual is so far into horror territory that you have to remind yourself this is still a murim-manhwa and not a horror anthology. A deep gash across a muscular torso, a trembling, bandaged hand reaching toward something unseen, a clenched fist against an orange sky. Each image is a different flavor of the same message. Bodies are breaking, and the cost of this battle is being written in flesh. The close-up of a single eye with a tiny pupil, staring in shock or extreme focus, is the visual of someone who's just seen the move that's going to end the fight. The calculation happening behind that eye is the only thing that matters now. Petal rain covering the heavens is announced against a blinding white light, and the technique name itself is a promise. This is going to be beautiful, and it's going to be devastating. And you're going to remember the name even if you don't remember anything else about this chapter. The silver-haired man reacts to a green energy slash cutting past him, and the wide-eyed shock on his face says, "This particular attack wasn't in the scouting report." The hidden weapons, someone mutters the realization, a beat too late, and the voice that says it sounds like a man who's just understood the punchline of a joke. The old poison master started telling pages ago. The red butterflies settle over a figure who's already stopped moving. The sword planted beside him isn't a weapon anymore, it's a gravestone marker that hasn't been updated to the right name. Tang Wu's face has the expression of someone whose internal calculator just hit a fatal error it can't clear. The beastman crumpled beside him in the rubble isn't getting back up, and the silence where his roaring used to be is louder than any technique either of them had. Dongbong Su sits with his back to the chaos, sword in hand, framed by light beams that look more like a loading screen for whatever comes next. A muscular warrior with light hair lies face down in a crater. A skeletal monster erupts from a stone wall, the battlefield filing its last receipts. The bearded elder lies on his back, mouth open, and the sound bodies make when they hit their limit. A golden eye with a slit pupil watches from between folds of wrinkled skin, and whatever it belongs to is not from the same supply chain as the humans around it. The name Tang Sam rises from the battlefield like a signal flare aimed at the one person it belongs to. Tang Sam steps forward, yellow eyes, red butterflies, a grin that takes up too much face, and the reply is flat and deliberate. "No, who exactly are you?" The grotesque creature turns toward the speaker while his companion's eye glows with a spiral that means something mechanical lives underneath. Tang Sam names his target without ceremony, Tang Wu, and the weathered voice that answers from the dark has been waiting for this moment longer than this fight. "I personally bestowed the Tang family name upon you." The confession hits like a retcon that was hiding in plain sight. Dongbong Su screams his rebuttal across the void. The question isn't who he is, it's what Tong Wu made him into before the relationship went sour. Dongbong Su stands over Tong Wu with the stillness of someone who has already decided the outcome. Tong Wu's spiky gray hair catches the light as he screams, the closest thing to an admission that he miscalculated. "I should have killed you on the ship back then," confirms this debt has been compounding since the day it was incurred. Dongbong Su stands over the man in the yellow and black garment, the blood beneath him still spreading. Tong Wu lies crumpled nearby, grimacing, the battlefield not done with its accounting. Tang Sam stares forward, white light framing him from below like a loading screen that already knows the winner. The heavy impact marked something we didn't see, someone just got put down hard. He looms over the dark silhouette in the foreground, and the hierarchy in this room just got redrawn without a vote. The blade drops toward the golden eye with momentum that doesn't leave room for negotiation. Dong Bong-soo grips the dark cylinder, and his own red iris flickers behind the hand, partially covering it. The hand is his. The blade hovers a hair from the red iris, the threshold where entire arcs pivot on what happens next. A burning city fills the frame of the unorthodox. Dong Bong-soo screams at a shadow in the flames, and the scene announces itself as a flashback that's been waiting for the right moment. A sword tears through fabric and flesh, orange-red energy still too hot to touch. A cloaked attacker in the firelit room, anonymous, because this isn't about who delivers the blow, it's about who receives it. The monologue begins over blood-spattered tile. They are the butterflies fluttering in the sky, and I was the caterpillar crawling on the ground. The metaphor lands on the sandy ground with the weight of someone who's been sitting with this comparison for longer than this battle. The butterfly on the handle sits still, wings folded, saying more about the speaker's psychology than any dialogue could. A figure plummets into the stone pit, red petals drifting above like the universe already filing its paperwork. The kneeling figure at the center of the formation is tiny in the frame, not prayer, something that requires absolute stillness before it can happen. Tang Sam's grin from behind his hand says he's enjoying every second. Tang Wu, with a blade of breath from his eye, whispers, "No, you can't. Decision staged, but not yet landed." A short-haired figure reacts a beat too late, and the blood and energy explosion punctuates whatever just got decided between the two of them. Blue light erupts in the cavern, and the color alone is a language shift. This isn't poison, this isn't lightning, this hasn't been indexed yet. 4 panels fan the flame hotter than the last. The white core ringed by blue streaks fills the final panel, and someone in here has been holding back. Kwa-ah. Then a pillar of light detonates from the frozen wasteland like a lighthouse announcing itself to the continent. The wide shot of the blinding beam against the desolate ice field is the most cinematic image this chapter has, and whoever fired it just spent something they can't get back. The landscape resets from spectacle to stillness. Dong Bong-soo sits in meditation, bare-chested, short black hair catching the golden sunlight, completely on a different server from the chaos we just watched. The system chime rings like a delivery notification that refuses to respect narrative pacing. Dong Bong-soo reads the floating interface, skin still glowing from the pillar. The window, congratulations! Level up +10, level 14, level 24. 10 levels in a single burst, and his face is disappointed, which tells you everything about how his food chain is calibrated. It's a significant amount, but it falls short compared to the reputation of the soul-chasing poison hand. Dong Bong-soo looks down, a B+ from someone who studied like it was the finals. The grind never ends, the next thread is always scaling faster than the experience points bar. Tang Sam, aka known as Dong Bong-soo before his transmigration, sits beside a planted sword, shaggy black hair, dark sleeveless top, completely unbothered, while the elder across from him screams as red energy spikes tear through his own body. His own power turned on him. Tang Sam just waited for it. Dong Bong-soo looks up with a knowing smile. Was the experience dispersed because he was already dying? The enemy wasn't at full strength, so the experience points split. 10 levels isn't the real number. It's a bug report, not a complaint. The young man's eye goes wide as white light hits. Tang Sam delivers the incomplete setup, think of it, Manus, and the hanging thought is a trap. A sword draws in a tan sleeve, and the plan attached to that grin just started executing. A severed head tumbles against a white sky. Dong Bong-soo at the canyon lip. There's no way Tang Wu fell down here all by himself. I haven't spotted her yet. The pronoun lands like a second body in a scene already carrying one. The sword tip angles down, and the gap between decision and execution collapses. Tang Sam stands in the desolate aftermath, planted blade, the particular silence of someone who just finished what they came to do. Same smile he walked in with, which means either nothing touched him, or the part he cares about hasn't started yet. Elsewhere on the map, a tall figure looms over someone caught in something older than Spider. The woman in the torn green outfit has blood on her face and the trajectory of a fight she lost. The horror on the watching face confirms she wasn't supposed to be in this column. A figure with golden brown hair goes face down in spreading darkness, and the cost column just added a line item. 2 sets of hands reach toward each other across cracked stone, one bloodied, one empty. A single red butterfly drifts through where the panels run out. The silhouette framed in red petals has a butterfly where the face should be, chapter filed. Casualties processed, power transferred, butterflies onto wherever they go. Dongbong-su stands over the kneeling woman, red mist and spider lilies doing the accounting. A white-haired elder in glasses crosses the courtyard like he owns the oxygen. Tang-woo flexes his bicep for the young woman watching, then holds up the dissolved knife. It's enough to melt a piece of iron like this. A flex dressed up as a lesson. A hand holds the smoking, fractured edge. The lesson delivered, the knife already gone. An elder with a long white beard sits in golden light, eyes closed, a save point existing outside whatever timeline we're about to enter. A bloodied sword rises against orange sky. The transition from peace to battlefield doesn't bother with a sound effect. Recognition landing before the full word can. A wide eye against deep red confirms the moment of identification has already passed and only the reaction is left. Dongbong-su stands over the defeated woman in the blood-red landscape, and this geography has no exit markers. The glowing red eyes cut through the darkness on one word: traitor. Thrown before the hand behind it is visible. Dongbong-su slams the short, spiky-haired woman into the ground with the efficiency of a clearing operation. The towering shadow figure with glowing red eyes stares from an apocalyptic void, the visual language of a threat that hasn't been deployed yet. A claw hand strikes from the air on a barren field that doesn't pick sides. A young man collapses in tears, and the distance between that and Dongbong-su's controlled violence is the entire thesis of this series. Bugs. The giant centipede earns it. Dongbong-su and a dark-robed figure clash in the cracked temple courtyard, green energy vortex swirling between them. One figure in the long white robe watches the slaughter with the detachment of someone who already read the last page. The formation marches down the dark road. Deployment, not a mob, already past the point of negotiation. Dongbong-su impales a man through the chest against the stone wall, red spider lilies in the foreground signing the receipt. How much will that accumulated toxicity? Less a mystery than a countdown that already knows its answer. Dongbong-su in the shadows, red eyes, always the signal that the switch from predator to something worse is in progress. The warrior in the dim cavern waits for something specific. Dongbong-su kneels to help the pale figure on the ground. Come to think of it, the thought catching up to the action. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the bright sky, the pause before gravity takes over. In the rainy valley, someone wraps arms around another from behind, red V marks through the mist, protective or restraining, the frame won't say. Because you're weak, the cruelty is in the clinical precision of the delivery, not the word. A woman lies in the mud, crying, asking whether being called weak connects to something called a quest. A golden blast resolves nothing. The argument is still in a language neither side has agreed to disagree in. The sword strike detonates against the ground, orange energy cracking outward. Someone just stopped negotiating. The young woman with orange-streaked hair grips the sword hilt from behind, the spider lily beside her marking the moment as belonging to this specific geography of violence. The colossal eye entity launches a crimson blast into the void, a door the series just opened without showing what's behind it. Come, claim the price of Tong-woo's life from me. Dongbong-su against the red-lit wall, disheveled dark hair, single red eye, the face attached to that challenge. A wide-open eye reacts before the explanation can arrive. The red slash tears through the darkness. Whoever issued the challenge is already receiving the answer in a language that doesn't need translators. A young woman screams with her hands to her head, watching the last thread of her history get cut by someone who doesn't care about the weave. Dongbong-su falls through the air surrounded by red butterflies, arms out in something between surrender and acceptance, less a fall, more a transition. The muscular man with short, dark, curly hair lies prone above the red flowers, the battlefield done with him for now. Soon, countless bugs. The threat trails off over a landscape of burning banners. Dongbong-su in the cavern. To do that, I'll need to hunt more efficiently than before. I'm changing my hunting ground. Dongbong-su walks through the purple mist canyon, red spider lilies lining the path. The new zone accepting him. Jagged peaks and a floating crystalline spire. The most supernatural landscape the series has shown. A wood and earth humanoid erupts from the ground. Branches for a crown. The rules of engagement here are not written in human anatomy. A gaunt, white-haired creature crawls forward screaming, and the figure stumbling behind it confirms the last group through here didn't pass clean. 2 hooded survivors in the rubble. Shelter exists here, which means so do places to lose people. A scarred man notes what was used wasn't the complete version. There's a ceiling above this, and someone is about to break through it. However, hangs in the void, incomplete, more threatening than whatever follow-up could have been. A blood-stained eye in cracked terrain, still tracking, still calculating. 3 figures in contrasting armor face each other on the jagged landscape. This isn't a fight about to start, it's a negotiation at weapon's length. The lone warrior, shifting shadow, clutches his forehead, not in the fight, in the aftermath of it. If we hadn't used water shadow as a shield, we would have been annihilated. One of their own converted into a blade of armor, survivability achieved. The braided blonde figure with curved horn protrusions stands beside the prone body. Survivors assembled from whatever fragments crawled away. The armored man with the ponytail orders the cloaked figure to take Water Shadow back to Muban. Cold is a dispatch ticket, not an evacuation. Ash Shadow, one eye gone, pale hair matted with blood, screams, he just realized utility is the only form of protection here. No, we go together. Desperation from someone being written off who's refusing the edit. A prone figure in the rubble, number stamped over the scene. The older man with the gray ponytail and golden earrings screams as an explosion detonates. The chain of command didn't escape clean. Ash Shadow, face contorted, screams in agony, cost distributed across every rank. Muban, temple fortress between dark cliffs, red-lit windows in the twilight, built to be found but never breached. A silver-haired figure reaches toward the colossal doors, hesitating. Whatever's on the other side requires bracing before you receive it. The silver-haired man repeats, I can do this, with the strained determination of someone who absolutely cannot, but no one else is left. Ash Shadow mutters nothing bad will happen, while a pink-haired figure screams in the shadows. Muban is processing the catastrophe across every available coping mechanism. Somewhere else entirely, Ash Shadow stands before colossal ornate doors, and then turns to face a grand throne room, an audience no one requested. Ash Shadow screams in anguish. Across the hall, someone else is already on the floor, face contorted in that particular expression you wear when the person who beat you is the one person you never expected to lose to. A lone warrior stands at attention in the dim corridor, while a robed figure on the dais watches from above. The audience begins. Ash Shadow laughs like someone who got exactly what they wanted, then delivers the news. The Namgung clan is gone. Ash Shadow, eye patch and all, grins like it is the best news he has ever delivered. Somewhere, a young woman's eye holds a single tear. The Namgung name just became past tense. In a grand interior lit by glowing windows, a silver-haired man demands to hear it again, and an ancient figure with red eyes complies, completely without urgency.